moonlit village, there stood a small cottage. Smoke rose from its chimney each morning. The fields stretched wide beyond the road. There lived Frederick and his wife, Catherine. Frederick was a steady man. He woke early. He worked hard. He liked simple things done the right way. His hands were rough from labor. His words were plain. He trusted sense more than fancy ideas. Catherine was kind and cheerful. She always wished to help. She meant well in all she did. But her mind often wandered. Strange thoughts seemed wise to her. What looked sensible in the moment often led to trouble later. Still, they lived together in peace. Frederick worked. Catherine tried. And each day moved much the same. One bright morning, Frederick took his tools and stood at the door. "Wife," he said, "when I come back from the fields, I shall be hungry. Cook me a fine sausage and draw a fresh drink for my thirst." Catherine smiled at once. "Go without worry," she said. "It will all be ready when you return." Frederick nodded and walked down the road. Catherine went proudly into the kitchen. She was certain she would please him. She truly meant to do well. But trouble had already begun. Catherine took down a fine sausage. She placed it in a pan with butter. Then she set it over the fire. Soon the butter began to hiss. The sausage sizzled and browned. A rich smell filled the kitchen. Catherine smiled with pride. "Frederick will be pleased," she said. Then another thought came to her. "The drink," she whispered. "I must fetch the drink at once." She took a jug and hurried to the cellar. There she opened the barrel tap. Foaming beer rushed into the jug. As it filled, she suddenly gasped. "The dog!" She dropped the jug and ran upstairs. Too late. The dog had seized the sausage in its teeth. It raced through the door and across the yard. Catherine ran after it, across the path, across the field, over clumps of grass and broken furrows. But the dog was faster. At last she stopped, breathless and tired. "What is gone, she said. Slowly, she returned home. Then she heard it. A steady splashing sound. The beer was still running. It had spilled across the cellar floor. The jug had overflowed. The barrel had nearly emptied itself. Catherine wrung her hands. What will Frederick say now? Then she saw a sack of flour nearby. At once, she dragged it forward. She tore it open. White flour covered the shining puddle. "There," she said proudly, "dry and clean again." Just then, Frederick came home hungry. Frederick came home in the evening. He looked at the empty table and then at Catherine. "What have you done today?" he asked. Catherine answered calmly. She told him everything. The sausage had been cooking well, but the dog took it away. she chased it into the field. Then the beer overflowed in the cellar, so she covered it with flour to make it dry again. Frederick stood still for a moment. He did not even respond at first. Catherine looked at him and added softly, "You should have told me what I must not do." That was all she said. After that day, Frederick grew more careful. He brought out their small savings, gold coins, hidden for safety. He showed them to Catherine. "These are not toys," he said. "These are our life savings. I will hide them under the manger. Do not touch them." Then he left the house. Not long after, peddlers came through the village. They carried bright bowls and painted pots. Catherine was drawn to them at once. She spoke of yellow counters. She told them where to find them, under the cow's manger. The peddlers went there. They found the gold, and they ran away with it. Catherine was pleased. She kept the pots. She placed them neatly around the house. Some she even broke and hung on the fence like decoration. When Frederick returned, he froze. He saw what was left behind. Catherine only looked down and said again, "I did not know." And so, without more words, they set off to chase the thieves. They set out together to follow the thieves. The road ahead was long and uneven. Frederick walked with steady steps. Catherine followed behind, carrying food for the journey. She had butter wrapped in cloth. She had a few cheeses and a piece of bread for later. As they walked, Catherine suddenly stopped. The road was full of deep wheel ruts. She looked down with pity. "The poor earth must be hurt," she said. Without thinking much, she opened the butter. She bent down and began to smooth it into the tracks. Frederick turned sharply. "What are you doing now?" he asked. But before she could answer, the cheeses slipped from her hands. One rolled down the hill, then another followed. Catherine nodded to herself. "It is calling the others," she said, and she sent more after it. Soon, all the food was gone. Only dry bread remained. Frederick said nothing for a while. Then he shook his head in silence. They walked on. Later, he turned to her again. "Did you lock the house?" he asked. Catherine stopped. She had forgotten. At once, she ran back. But instead of locking the door, she thought it safer to take it. So she removed the lower half of it and lifted it onto her back. When she returned, she smiled proudly. "Now the house is safe with us," she said. Frederick could only stare. And so they continued their journey, carrying the door, as evening slowly turned into night. Night began to fall over the road. The fields grew dark and quiet. Only the sound of footsteps remained for a while. At last, Frederick and Catherine climbed a tree to hide and rest. From there, they could watch the road below. Soon, lights appeared in the distance. The thieves had gathered beneath the tree. They lit a fire and sat around it. They opened their bags and poured out the stolen goods. Gold coins began to shine in the firelight. Even from above, the glow could be seen clearly. Frederick leaned closer and whispered that they should stay silent. He planned to scare them at the right moment. But Catherine was not at ease. She was still carrying the heavy door on her back. Along with it, she had pears and a small bottle of vinegar. She shifted her weight in the branches. The wood creaked softly. One pear slipped from her bundle. It dropped straight down. Below, one of the thieves looked up. The others grew alert. Catherine tried to hold still, but more pears followed. Then another small item fell. The men below began to feel uneasy. They glanced at the trees again and again. Something above them did not feel right anymore. A strange fear slowly spread among them. Catherine shifted again in the tree. The vinegar bottle tilted slightly. A few drops fell down through the branches. Below, the thieves looked up at once. The fire flickered on their faces. They grew uneasy. Something above them felt wrong. Frederick leaned toward Catherine. He whispered for her to stay still, to make no sound. But then the heavy door moved. It slipped from her grip. It tilted. Then it fell. It crashed down through the branches with a loud sound. The thieves screamed in terror. They thought something unnatural had come for them. They did not wait. They ran into the darkness, leaving everything behind. For a moment, there was silence again. Frederick could hardly believe it. It had worked. But in the strangest way. They climbed down carefully. Gold lay scattered near the fire. They gathered it quickly, handful by handful, until nothing was left. Frederick felt relief at last, but also confusion. Nothing about this journey had been normal. Catherine only looked pleased. She believed she had helped in the best way she could. And yet, Frederick knew one thing for certain. Her strangest moment was still ahead. They returned home with the treasure. The journey was over. And for a while, all was quiet again. But Catherine did not wish to rest. She wanted to be useful once more. So one morning, she went to the cornfield. She said she would cut the corn properly this time. The sun was warm. The field was still. And soon, she grew tired while working. Instead of cutting, she began to eat. A few bites became many. Her eyes grew heavy. Slowly, she lay down among the stalks. Sleep came over her at once. In her half-dream, she took the sickle again. But she was not cutting the corn anymore. She was cutting her own clothes instead. Bit by bit, they turned into ribbons. When she woke, she looked around in confusion. Her clothes were in pieces, and she could not understand how it had happened. She ran quickly to the house and called out through the window, "Is Catherine inside?" Frederick looked up and answered calmly, "Yes, she must be at home and asleep." Catherine nodded with relief. Then she smiled to herself. "If I am asleep there," she said, "then I am already safe here." And with that, she ran off again, quite satisfied. So the tale ends as it began. Frederick worked hard and endured. Catherine meant well in all she did, and wherever she tried to help, confusion followed close behind. Long ago, in an old and quiet kingdom, there lived a king and a queen, loved by all. The queen was known far and wide for her beauty. Her golden hair shone like sunlight, and her grace brought peace wherever she went. But even the brightest days can fade. In time, the queen fell gravely ill. The palace grew silent. Music stopped. Voices turned to whispers. And the king stayed by her side without leaving. When she knew her end was near, she called him close. "If you ever marry again," she said softly, "choose only a woman as beautiful as I am, and with hair as golden as mine. Promise me this." With tears in his eyes, the king gave his word. Then the queen closed her eyes and passed away. A deep sorrow fell over the kingdom. The bells rang low. The halls felt empty, and the king withdrew from the world. He spoke little. He found no comfort, and he could not see any future ahead. Days passed in sorrow, and the kingdom slowly grew uneasy. The king remained locked in grief, and the court could not remain silent forever. His advisors finally stepped forward. They told him the land needed a queen again. The people needed guidance. The throne needed stability. So the king agreed. Messengers were sent across distant lands, through cities, valleys, and foreign courts. They searched for a bride who could match the late queen's beauty. But no one came close. No one had her grace. No one had her golden hair. And so they returned, empty-handed. Then something changed inside the king. One day, his eyes fell upon his daughter. She was grown now, and strikingly beautiful. Too similar to her late mother. Too familiar. A thought took root in his mind. Strange. Dangerous. "She is the same as my queen," he said. "I shall marry her." The court froze in horror. No one could believe what they had heard. The advisors pleaded warned, even protested. But the king would not listen. The princess herself was shaken deeply. Fear rose in her heart, but she did not break. She stayed quiet and careful. Then she spoke gently. "If I must agree," she said, "then first I need gifts. 3 dresses, one bright as the sun, one pale as the moon, and one shining like the stars. And a cloak," she added, "made from the fur of every animal in the kingdom." She spoke calmly, almost calmly enough to hide her fear. But inside, she held a hope that these impossible demands would slow him down or stop him completely. But the king did not hesitate. He ordered everything to be made at once. The finest seamstresses in the kingdom began work. Gold thread was gathered, silk was prepared, and rare fabrics were brought to the palace. One dress began to shine like the sun. Another slowly formed, pale and glowing like the moon. The third sparkled like a sky full of stars. At the same time, hunters were sent across the land. Every kind of animal was sought. Every forest was searched. From their furs, a strange cloak was made, heavy, patchworked, and wild. Soon, everything was complete. The king announced the wedding would take place the next day. That night, the princess knew she had no more time. She made her decision. Quietly, she gathered 3 small treasures: a golden ring, a golden spinning wheel, and a golden reel. Then she opened a hidden nutshell. Inside, she placed the 3 beautiful dresses, carefully, safely. Next, she put on the heavy fur cloak. It covered her completely, unrecognizable. She took soot and darkened her face and hands until no trace of her beauty remained. Then she slipped out of the palace. No one saw her leave. She walked through the night alone, past fields, past roads, into deep forest shadows. The world grew silent around her. Tired and exhausted, she finally found shelter inside a hollow tree, and there she fell asleep. Morning came slowly. In the nearby forest, a king was hunting. Dogs ran ahead through the trees, sniffing, searching. Then they stopped, barking loudly around something hidden. Something strange had been found. The hunters followed the barking dogs deeper into the forest. Soon they reached the hollow tree. Inside, they found something strange. A creature wrapped in rough, wild fur. Asleep and barely moving. They pulled her out. She woke up in fear, confused and trembling. And quickly she spoke. "Have mercy on me," she said. "I am alone. I have no home." no one to care for me. The hunters looked at each other. Then they decided to take her with them. She was brought back to the palace, but not as a guest. She was given a dark corner beneath the stairs, a place with no light, no comfort. The servants laughed at her appearance. They called her rough, strange, unclean. And so she was sent into the kitchen. There she worked without rest, carrying heavy wood, fetching cold water, sweeping ashes from the hearth, and preparing food no one thanked her for. Days turned into weeks, weeks into long, heavy months. Then one day, the palace filled with excitement. A great festival was announced. Music returned, lights were prepared, and guests began to arrive. The princess, hidden in her fur, asked the cook quietly if she could go upstairs, just for a moment, just to look. The cook hesitated, but finally agreed. Only for a short time, he warned her. That night, she moved quickly to her hidden place. She washed away the soot from her face and hands. Slowly, her true beauty began to return. Then she opened the small nutshell and chose the dress bright as the sun. For the first time in a long time, hope stirred quietly in her heart. The night of the festival arrived. The palace was full of light and music. Guests gathered in every hall. Deep beneath the stairs, the girl prepared in silence. She washed her face slowly until no soot remained. Her true beauty returned once again. Then she opened the small nutshell and took out the dress bright as the sun. She wore it and stepped into the hall. The music softened at once. Voices faded, and all eyes turned toward her. The king saw her, and something inside him changed. He stepped forward and asked her to dance. They moved across the hall slowly, quietly, as if the world had stopped watching. But when the dance ended, she was gone. No one saw where she disappeared. She returned to the kitchen, back to ashes and silence. There she cooked the king's soup. Before it was served, she placed a golden ring inside it. When the king found it at the bottom of the bowl, he paused. He questioned everyone in the palace, but no one had answers. Time passed again, and another festival was announced. Once more, she waited. This time, she chose the dress that shone like the moon. She entered the hall, and the king felt it again. That strange pull toward her. He thought he recognized her, but could not understand how. They danced again, longer this time, closer. But again, she vanished before he could stop her. Back beneath the stairs, she returned to her disguise, and this time she placed a golden spinning wheel into the soup. When the king found it again, the mystery only grew deeper. A third festival was announced in the palace, even brighter than before, even louder, as if the whole kingdom had come alive again. The cook grew uneasy this time. He muttered that the girl must be magical, or cursed, or both. But in the end, he still allowed her to go. Deep below the stairs, she prepared once more. She opened the nutshell and took out the dress that shone like the stars. It was the most beautiful of all. When she wore it, it felt like the night sky itself had come alive. She stepped into the hall, and everything changed at once. The king saw her and could not look away. He came forward quickly and asked her to dance. This time, he would not let her slip away so easily. He secretly placed a ring on her finger while they danced, and ordered the music to continue for a long time. The girl grew uneasy. Her heart began to race. At last, she broke away suddenly and rushed from the hall. She ran back to her hidden room. There was no time to change properly. She threw her fur cloak over the shining dress. In her hurry, she could not hide everything. One finger remained unblackened. Then she rushed into the kitchen. Her hands moved quickly. She cooked the king's soup as before, and this time she hid the golden reel inside it. The night felt different now, heavier, closer, as if something was about to be revealed. When the soup was served, the king began to eat as before, but this time something waited at the bottom of the bowl. A golden reel. He paused the moment he saw it. His expression changed. This was not a normal accident. Not anymore. He ordered the cook to bring the servant at once. The girl was brought before him, still in her rough disguise, still covered in soot, still wearing the fur cloak. The king studied her closely. Then he noticed something strange. One finger was not blackened. Before she could hide it, he looked again and saw the ring. The same ring he had placed on her finger during the dance. Everything became clear in that moment. He stepped forward quickly and grabbed her hand before she could move away. The fur cloak tore open, and beneath it, the starry dress began to shine. The hall fell completely silent. Golden hair spilled free, like light breaking through darkness. The servants stared without a word. The king did not let go. She tried to remove the soot from her face and hands. Slowly, her true beauty returned in full, and the truth could no longer be hidden. She was the mysterious maiden all along. The king looked at her with deep recognition and asked her to stay, not as a servant, but as his bride. Soon after, a great celebration was held in the palace. The kingdom rejoiced, music returned, and joy filled every hall once more. After all her suffering and hiding, she finally found peace again. In a distant kingdom, there once lived a king and his queen. She was known across the lands for her beauty. Her hair shimmered like spun gold, and no one could match her grace. But one day, illness came quietly. It lingered. It deepened. And soon, the queen knew her time was near. She called the king to her side. Her voice was soft, yet firm. "If you ever choose to marry again," she said, "promise me this. She must be as beautiful as I am, and her hair must shine just the same." The king, heavy with sorrow, gave his word. And not long after, the queen closed her eyes and was gone. Grief settled over the palace like a long winter. Days passed, then months. Still, the king could not be comforted. But the kingdom could not wait forever. His advisors spoke gently, yet persistently. A new queen must be found. Messengers were sent far and wide. They searched across kingdoms and beyond. Yet no one was found who could match the late queen's beauty, nor her golden hair. And then, slowly, almost unwillingly, the king's gaze turned elsewhere, to his own daughter. She had grown into a young woman now, radiant and uncannily like her mother. The same golden hair, the same striking beauty. And as the king looked upon her, a thought took root, a dangerous one. The king spoke his decision to the court. He said he would marry his daughter. The words fell heavily into the hall. For a moment, no one moved. No one spoke. Then the advisors stepped forward. Their voices were tense, full of fear. They warned the king again and again. This path was wrong. It broke every law they knew, and it would bring ruin to the kingdom. When the princess heard it, she went quiet. Her heart sank, but her face stayed still. After a moment, she spoke. Her voice was calm, almost steady. Before anything else, she asked for 3 dresses. One like the sun, one like the moon, one like the stars, and a cloak made from the fur of every animal in the kingdom. It sounded impossible, and that was the point. A delay, a chance to hold time back, even if only for a little while. But the king did not refuse. He accepted her demands. And soon, the kingdom began the work. Hands moved. Days passed. Orders were followed without pause. Slowly, what should have been impossible became real, until everything was finished, and the wedding was declared for the next day. That night, the princess understood the truth. There would be no more delay, no more escape through time. When the palace fell asleep, she moved quietly. She took 3 small golden treasures with her. She hid the 3 dresses safely away. Then she put on the heavy fur cloak and darkened her face with soot. Step by step, she left the palace behind. And without looking back, she walked into the dark forest. The night was long. Her strength slowly faded. By morning, she could walk no further. She found a hollow tree and fell into a deep sleep. At dawn, hunters passed through the forest. Dogs began to bark around the tree. The king on the hunt came closer, watching in confusion. They thought she was some strange wild creature. When she woke, she was afraid. She begged them to spare her life. They did not see a princess. They saw only a poor, lost girl. And they took her with them. From that moment, her life changed. Royalty was gone, and she became invisible. Time passed in the palace, and she lived a hard and silent life. A festival was announced in the kingdom. She asked the cook for permission to go and watch for a while. That night, in her hidden place, she washed the soot from her face. She opened her secret bundle and wore the dress that shone like the sun. She stepped into the festival, and everyone stopped to look at her. The king came forward and danced with her, completely taken by her beauty. But when the music ended, she vanished into the crowd without a trace. She returned quickly to her servant life, hiding her true self again. In the kitchen, she placed a golden ring into the king's soup. When the king found it, he grew curious and could not forget her. A mystery had begun. Soon, another festival was held in the kingdom. Once again, she asked the cook for permission to go and watch. She returned to her hidden place and washed away the soot from her face. This time, she wore the dress that shone like the moon. When she entered the festival, the king looked at her closely. Something about her felt familiar, even stronger than before. He was drawn to her more than ever. But just like before, she disappeared the moment the night moved forward. She returned quickly to the kitchen and her servant life, hiding everything again. In the soup she prepared, she placed a golden spinning wheel. When the king found it, he became even more curious. He questioned the cook, and the servant was brought forward. But she denied knowing anything at all. The mystery only deepened. A third festival came to the kingdom. The cook was reluctant this time, but he still allowed her to go for a short while. She returned to her hidden place and washed away the soot once more. Then she wore the dress that shone like the stars. When she entered the hall, the king was completely captivated. He did not look away even for a moment, and he danced with her for a very long time. In that moment, he secretly slipped a ring onto her finger. But soon after, she panicked and slipped away into the night again. In her rush, she could not fully hide herself. One finger stayed pale and untouched by soot. Back in the kitchen, she placed a golden reel into the soup. By now, everything was in place. The truth was slowly closing in. The king called for her once again. This time, there was no delay, and no confusion left in his mind. As she stood before him, he noticed the white finger at once, and on it, the ring he had placed himself. Before she could step back, he held her hand firmly and stopped her from escaping. In the struggle, her fur cloak loosened. For a brief moment, the dress of stars shone through. Then the cloak was pulled away completely. Her golden hair fell free, and her true beauty was revealed at last. All disguise was gone. She stood there as she truly was. The king understood everything in that moment, and instead of anger, there was only love in his voice. He declared her his bride, and from that day on, they lived together in peace and happiness. Hans lived a quiet life, but it was never an easy one. Money was always short, and worries never really left him. They stayed in his mind from morning until night. His greatest worry was his son. The boy was growing up, and Hans could already see how uncertain life could become without a proper skill. He did not want him to wander without direction or struggle through a life with no trade to depend on. He tried to think of something suitable for him, something honest, something stable, something that could secure his future. But no matter how long he thought, no clear answer came. Every path felt uncertain. Every choice felt risky in its own way. In the end, he decided to seek guidance. He went to the church, hoping for some kind of answer. Inside, everything was quiet. The air felt still, almost heavy, as if even silence had weight. Hans knelt before the altar and bowed his head. He prayed sincerely, asking for a path that would keep his son safe from hardship and give him a life with dignity. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, suddenly, a voice came from behind the altar. "Thieving." Hans froze. It was actually a clerk, hidden there, speaking in mischief. But Hans did not know that. To him, it felt like a divine answer. He stood up slowly, uncertain, but convinced. And when he returned home, he spoke with quiet seriousness. "My son," he said, "your path is decided now. You will learn the craft of thieving." Hans set out with his son not long after. They left their home behind and began a long journey into unfamiliar lands. Days passed as they walked through roads, fields, and small villages, moving further and further away from everything they knew. As they traveled, the world around them slowly began to change. The open roads gave way to darker paths, and soon they entered a forest that felt different from the rest. The air grew still, and the trees stood close together, as if hiding something within their shadows. Deep inside the forest, they found a strange house. It stood crooked and quiet, almost hidden among the trees. Inside lived an old woman who listened carefully as Hans told his story. She did not seem surprised. Instead, she spoke calmly, as if she had been expecting them. She told them about her son, a man known as a master thief, skilled beyond ordinary men. If anyone could teach the boy, it would be him. Hans was uncertain when he finally met the master. The man carried himself with quiet confidence, but something about him felt difficult to read. Still, Hans asked him directly if he could truly teach such a dangerous craft. The master thief did not hesitate. He said he could teach everything, but only under one condition. The boy would stay with him for 1 year. After that, Hans would return and try to recognize his son. If he succeeded, there would be no cost. But if he failed, he would have to pay a heavy price. Hans thought about it for a moment, but his earlier belief in fate still guided him. In the end, he agreed. And just like that, he left his son behind in the forest and began the long walk back home. The boy remained in the forest, and his training began immediately. Each day, he learned something new from the master thief. He was taught how to steal with precision and how to move without being seen. But the training went beyond simple skills. He was also shown strange forms of magic and the art of changing appearance. Over time, he began to change in subtle ways. His instincts became sharper, and his behavior started to resemble wild creatures, as if nature itself was shaping him. While the boy was changing, time moved quickly outside. The year passed sooner than expected, but for Hans, every day felt slow and heavy. He waited at home with growing anxiety, counting each passing day. As the time of return came closer, a new fear grew inside him. Even if he saw his son again, how would he recognize him after so much change? Lost in this worry, he met a dwarf on the road. The figure seemed small and strange, but spoke in a calm and helpful tone. He noticed Hans troubled face and asked what was wrong. Hans explained everything: the bargain, the training, and the fear of failure. The dwarf listened carefully and then gave him clear instructions. He told him to carry a basket of black bread. At the master's house, he should look up toward the chimney beam. There, he would see a basket, and from it, a bird would appear. That bird would be his son. Hearing this, Hans felt his fear ease slightly. For the first time in a long while, he felt a small sense of hope. With that hope in mind, he prepared himself and moved toward the final test. Hans followed the dwarf's instructions carefully. He reached the master's house and carried a basket of black bread with him. Everything felt uncertain, but he trusted what he had been told. At the right place, he set the basket down and looked up toward the chimney beam. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, a small movement appeared above. A bird emerged from the hanging basket and looked down. It reacted as if it had recognized something familiar. In that quiet moment, father and son understood each other without words. The bird moved closer, and in that instant, the transformation began. The small creature changed shape and returned to human form once again. The son stood before his father, finally revealed. When the master thief saw this, his expression changed completely. He could not believe what had happened. The plan he trusted had failed, and for the first time, he admitted defeat. Hans took his son's hand, and together they prepared to leave. The long separation was finally over, and they walked away from the forest side by side. But the journey was not truly over yet. The son was no longer the same boy who had left home. He had learned skills far beyond ordinary training, and he now understood how those abilities could be used in clever ways. As they walked, it became clear that a new chapter was just beginning. After leaving the forest, the son spoke to his father with a calm confidence. He said he had a plan that could help them earn money along the way. He would turn himself into a greyhound. In that form, he could be sold for a good price, and it would bring them some benefit. Without waiting, the transformation began. In a moment, the young man changed into a fast and elegant greyhound. Hans led the dog forward, and soon a gentleman passing by noticed it. He admired the animal and decided to buy it on the spot. The deal was made, and the dog was taken away. But not long after, it escaped. It found its way back to Hans and returned to human form once again. Later, they arrived at a town where a fair hack was taking place. The son saw another opportunity and suggested a new plan. This time, he would turn into a horse. But before changing, he gave a clear warning. If he was sold, the bridle on his head must be removed at the right time. Otherwise, he would not be able to return safely. At the fair, the horse immediately drew attention. It was strong, fast, and far more impressive than anything else on display. People gathered around, watching it closely. Among the crowd, the master thief appeared once again. He recognized the horse and became interested at once, sensing its value. He stepped forward and made an offer. The price was paid, and the horse was sold to him. In the rush of the moment, Hans forgot the warning about the bridle. That small mistake changed everything. Once the horse reached the master's stable, something shifted. The son was no longer free to transform back at will. He had fallen under the control of the bridle, and escape became impossible. Inside the stable, a maid eventually entered. As she came closer, she heard something unusual. The horse was speaking to her in a low, careful voice. It told her exactly what had to be done. The bridle needed to be removed if he was to be free again. The maid hesitated at first, surprised by what she heard. But then she followed the instruction and removed it. The moment it came off, everything changed. The horse vanished, and the son escaped once again through transformation, finally breaking free. Once free again, the son did not wait long. The master thief realized what had happened and immediately gave chase. He changed his form, and a strange pursuit began. The air itself seemed to shift as both of them transformed again and again. First, they became birds, circling and chasing each other through the sky. Then they turned into fish, moving fast beneath the water, each trying to outpace the other. Next came a sudden change into a cock and a fox, and the chase continued on the ground. With every transformation, the struggle grew more intense, but the sun stayed sharp and focused, always one step ahead. In the final moment, he gained the upper hand and defeated the master thief, ending the pursuit once and for all. With the threat gone, silence returned. The son went back to his father, and the two were finally reunited. After everything they had been through, they returned home safely together, now wiser and far more fortunate than before. Looking back, it became clear that the skills themselves were never good or bad. It was wisdom that decided how they were used and what they ultimately became. Deep within a forest, so old that even the wind seemed to move with care, there stood a castle of darkened stone. It did not crumble, nor did it welcome. It simply waited. The trees grew thick around it, their branches leaning inward, as though keeping watch. No path led clearly to its gates, and its windows, they did not look empty. They seemed to follow, quiet and patient, as if aware of every step taken nearby. Travelers spoke of the place in lowered voices. They told of an old woman who lived there alone. Some claimed she was rarely seen. Others insisted she was always near. It was said that at times a shadow would slip between the trees where no person stood. A black shape might pause upon a branch, or a low cry might echo where no bird could be found. Afterward, the forest would fall still. Too still. There was a boundary, though none could see it. Those who wandered too close found their feet refusing to move, as if the earth itself held them fast. And now and then, a girl would vanish. Not lost, but changed. Not far from that forest lived a young maiden named Jorinda. She moved through the world gently, noticing small things others missed. The sway of leaves, the hush between bird calls. Beside her walked Joringela, quiet, steady, always a step close. He did not speak often, but when he did, it carried weight. That evening, they wandered beneath tall trees as the light softened into gold. Birdsong drifted above them, slow and low, like a lullaby nearing its end. Jorinda paused once, watching the sky through the branches. "It feels different today," she murmured. Joringela listened, not to her, but to the silence growing around them. The forest had not stopped, but something in it had shifted. A stillness crept in where sound should have been. He glanced ahead, then back at her. "Let's not go too far," he said quietly. There was no fear in his voice, only a calm caution, as though the place itself required respect. Jorinda nodded, though her chest felt strangely heavy. They walked on, slower now. The path beneath their feet began to feel uncertain. Not lost at first, just unfamiliar, as if the forest itself had quietly rearranged the way forward. The light, too, seemed to thin too quickly. Golden tones slipping into gray before the evening should have allowed it. Then, between the trees, something appeared. A shape at first, then a structure. A castle, rising too close, as if it had moved nearer while they were not looking. Joringela stopped. His breath slowed, though he did not yet understand why. Even time felt strange now. Each second stretched, heavy and unwilling to pass. The air pressed gently against their skin, like an unseen weight. Jorinda turned slightly, as though listening to something no one else could hear. Her steps slowed without reason. Her gaze drifted, fixed on nothing, and everything at once. A sound rose in her throat, soft at first, almost unfinished. But it did not become a word. It broke instead. And in that breaking, her form faltered, light, unstable, slipping away into something else. Joringel reached for her, but his body no longer obeyed fully. His hands trembled, his steps locked in place, as if the ground had quietly claimed him, and he could only watch. From the shifting shadows near the castle, a figure began to form. Not sudden, not loud, just a slow gathering of shape and presence, as if the darkness itself had learned to stand upright. It was an old woman, bent, thin, her face drawn sharp with age, and something far less human. Her eyes held a dull red glow, faint but certain. She moved without hurry, as if nothing in the world could resist her time. Where Jorinda had become a trembling bird, the witch reached out and caught her with calm certainty. No struggle followed, only stillness. Then, as if a knot had loosened in the air, Joringel felt his body return to him. He stepped forward at once, but the moment he did, something held him back, unseen, unyielding. He called out, but his voice felt small in the vastness around him. The witch did not even look at him fully. She turned away, carrying the bird as though it were nothing of importance. And just like that, everything broke apart. Time passed after that in quiet pieces. Joringel lived far from the forest, tending sheep in distant fields. But he always returned to its edge, standing there, never crossing. That night, sleep came heavy over Joringel, not peaceful, but deep. In his dream, he saw a strange stillness, a forest that did not move, a sky that did not breathe. And then a flower appeared, red as fresh blood, glowing faintly in the dark. At its center sat something small and bright, like a pearl holding its own light. He did not hear words, but something inside him understood. When he woke, the feeling stayed, clear, certain, unshakable. He rose before dawn and began to search. He walked through valleys where mist clung low to the ground, across hills where wind pressed against his shoulders, through quiet fields that seemed to stretch without end. Days passed without answer, yet he did not turn back. On the 9th morning, the world felt different, still, waiting. In a patch of grass touched by early light, he saw it, the same red flower from his dream, small, simple, alive with quiet power. He did not hesitate. He only reached forward. By the time he reached the forest again, it no longer felt the same. The air was still heavy, but it did not press against him like before. The castle stood where it always had, yet now it felt distant, as if it no longer owned him. Joringela stepped forward slowly, crossing into the boundary he once feared. Nothing stopped him. No force, no silence locking his body in place. He paused, realizing what had changed. The flower in his hand was keeping him safe. He moved again, more certain now, and reached the great door. When he touched it with the flower, it shifted. Not suddenly, not violently, just a slow release, as if something unseen had finally given way. Inside, the air changed, not colder, but filled with sound. Soft cries, fluttering wings, voices layered together in endless sorrow. He followed the sound deeper inside. The hall opened into rows of cages, too many to count at first glance, each one holding a trembling bird. Then a voice broke through the space, sharp, angry. The witch stood there, watching him. But when she stepped forward, she stopped. Something kept her back, just out of reach. Joringela looked across the rows of cages. So many birds, so many trapped lives. For a moment, doubt rose in him. Which one was her? His eyes moved quickly, again and again. But nothing stood out. Only trembling wings and quiet suffering. The witch's voice sharpened behind him, closer now, but still held back by some unseen force. There was no more time to think. He stepped forward on instinct, not choosing, just moving. The flower touched the nearest cage. Light flickered through the wood. The lock loosened. Something inside shifted. Then he touched another, and another. With each touch, the air changed. The witch staggered, her strength fading in uneven waves. A cage near the door trembled more than the rest. He moved toward it at once. The flower met the bars. Silence broke. The bird inside changed, slowly at first. Wings softened. Form returned. Jorinda stood there again. For a moment, neither spoke. Only breath. Then she stepped forward, and he held her close. Behind them, the witch's presence collapsed into nothing. No sound followed it. Only quiet remained. And in that quiet, nothing more needed to be said. The old man lay still upon his bed, his breath slow, his strength nearly gone. The room was quiet, heavy with the feeling that time was slipping away. He called his 3 sons to his side. They stood close, listening carefully, for they knew these would be his final words. "My sons," he said softly, "I have no gold to leave you, no land, no house, no hidden treasure." He paused, gathering what little strength remained. "All I can give you are these." To the eldest, he placed a rooster. To the second, a simple scythe. And to the youngest, a small cat. They seemed like ordinary things, nothing rare, nothing grand. Yet the old man looked at them with quiet certainty. "Take them far from here," he said, "to places where such things are not known. There, you will find your fortune." Not long after, his voice faded, and he was gone. In silence, the brothers prepared themselves. Then, one by one, they stepped beyond their home and out into the wide, waiting world. The eldest son set out at dawn, the rooster tucked carefully beneath his arm. He walked through towns, then villages, then busy roads filled with people. But everywhere he went, the same thing happened. Roosters crowed from rooftops, from farmyards, from behind wooden fences. No one stopped to look. No one showed wonder. Some even laughed. "Why carry what we already have?" they said. With each passing day, his steps grew heavier. Doubt crept quietly into his thoughts. Had his father given him something useless? Still, he did not turn back. At last, after long travel, he reached a distant island. There, something felt different. When night fell, the people grew uneasy. They could not tell how long the darkness would last. They could not measure the passing hours. Then the young man stepped forward. He raised the rooster high. "Look closely," he said. "A creature crowned like a king and faithful as a clock." That night, they listened. Once, twice, 3 times the rooster crowed, each cry steady and sure. The people marveled. At last, the night had meaning. They offered him gold, as much as a donkey could carry. And so, with quiet pride, he returned home, a wealthy man. When news of his brother's fortune spread, the second son felt a spark of hope. If he could succeed, he thought, then so can I. With that, he lifted the scythe onto his shoulder and set off into the world. He crossed fields and roads, stopped in towns and villages, but everywhere he went, men already worked with tools just like his. No one paused. No one cared. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. His journey stretched long, and success did not come. Then, far from familiar lands, he reached a place unlike any he had seen before. There, when the grain stood tall and ready, the people brought out cannons. With thunder and smoke, they blasted at their own fields. The noise was terrible. The harvest worse. Much was lost. Much was ruined. The second son stepped forward without a word. He gripped his scythe, and with calm, steady motion, he began to cut. Back and forth, smooth and silent, the grain fell in clean rows. The chaos was gone. In its place, order. The people stared in wonder. Such a simple tool, yet such perfect work. They offered him gold as much as a strong horse could carry. And with that, he too returned home rich. The youngest brother left with quieter hope than the others, the small cat resting gently in his arms. At first, his journey felt empty. In every land he passed through, cats were everywhere, common, ignored, ordinary. No one looked twice at his gift. Days stretched on, and slowly, hope began to fade. Still, he kept walking. Until one day, he arrived in a distant kingdom. Something was wrong there. Mice ran freely through the streets, over tables, through storage rooms, and even into the royal palace itself. Nothing was safe. The king had tried everything, yet nothing worked. The kingdom was losing its peace. Without ceremony, the young man opened his hands. The cat was released. In an instant, it moved, swift, silent, certain. Room after room, the mice disappeared. The change was immediate. The palace breathed again. The people rejoiced. The king, overwhelmed with relief, offered a reward beyond measure, a mule laden with gold. And so, the youngest son returned home richer than both his brothers combined. In the days that followed, the cat remained within the palace, moving freely through its wide corridors and quiet chambers. It had become a familiar presence there, no longer seen as a strange or feared creature, but as something almost natural to the life of the kingdom. Its work did not stop. Night after night, it continued its silent hunt, clearing hidden corners and forgotten spaces where mice once gathered without restraint. Slowly, the chaos that had once ruled the palace began to fade completely, replaced by a sense of order that the people had not known for a long time. With each passing day, the kingdom grew calmer. Doors stayed undisturbed, grain remained untouched, and fear of invasion from within gradually disappeared. It felt as though the problem had been erased entirely, leaving nothing behind but peace. Yet beneath this stability, time moved on quietly. The cat, though still effective in its work, began to show signs of weariness. After long hours of movement and constant pursuit, it would often pause in stillness. And one day, it grew tired and thirsty, resting longer than before. One quiet afternoon, as the palace settled into its usual calm, the cat suddenly lifted its head and let out a sharp, unfamiliar sound. It was a simple meow, nothing more. But in that place, no one had ever truly heard such a voice before. Silence broke instantly. Servants froze in place, and whispers spread through the halls like fire. Within moments, fear had taken root across the entire palace. The king and his courtiers gathered in urgency, their voices rising with confusion and alarm. To them, the sound did not feel ordinary. It felt unknown, and therefore dangerous. Some believed a hidden monster must be living within the walls. Others insisted the creature had turned against them. A debate followed quickly. Should they keep the cat and risk this strange fear growing further? Or should they remove it entirely before something worse happened? In uncertainty, a young noble was sent forward to speak with the creature. But when he approached, the cat only meowed again. Calm, unchanged. The young man stepped back, shaken, convinced that the sound was a refusal. And so, misunderstanding deepened, quietly and dangerously, within the palace. The fear inside the palace did not settle. Instead, it grew stronger with every passing hour. In the end, the king made a final decision. The creature would not be allowed to stay. It would be removed by force. Orders were given, and soon the palace grounds filled with soldiers and weapons. Cannons were brought forward, heavy and loud, pointing toward the very place that had once been peaceful. Then the attack began. Thunder cracked through the air as fire and smoke spread across the palace walls. Windows shattered. Towers shook. Amid the chaos, the cat leapt lightly from a high window and disappeared unharmed into the distance. But behind it, the palace fell into ruin. In the end, 3 gifts had shaped 3 very different outcomes. The rooster had brought order and understanding of time. The scythe had brought efficiency and peace to labor. Yet the cat, misunderstood through fear, had led to destruction. And so, the truth remained clear. Even the smallest gift can bring great fortune, but when misunderstood, it can just as easily turn into harm. The story ends as a reminder that value is not only in what we are given, but in how we choose to understand it. A lone soldier walked away from the battlefield, not with honor, but with silence. The war had ended. The banners were lowered, and just like that, he was dismissed. A few small coins were pressed into his hand. Nothing more. No praise. No gratitude. As if his courage had meant nothing at all. He looked at the coins for a long moment, then slowly closed his fist around them. A quiet anger began to rise inside him. Not loud, not wild, but steady and deep. This cannot be all, he thought. There must be more waiting for me than this. So he turned his back on the road he knew and chose a different path, one that led toward the forest. The trees stood still and watchful, their shadows stretching long across the ground. It was a strange place to begin again, but something about it felt right, as if the world had hidden a secret there, and if he kept walking, he might just find it. The soldier had not walked far into the forest when he came upon a strange sight. A man stood among a cluster of trees, pulling them from the earth as easily as if they were blades of grass. One by one, the trunks lifted, roots tearing free without effort. The soldier paused, watching quietly. Then he stepped closer. "That kind of strength," he said, "could change a man's fate." The strong man looked up, calm and unbothered. "Come with me," the soldier offered. "There's more to gain in the world than this." The man thought for only a moment, then nodded. And just like that, he joined him. Together, they continued on. Before long, they found another man, kneeling low, completely still. His eyes were fixed on something far away, his rifle steady. "What do you see?" the soldier asked. "A tiny fly," the huntsman replied softly. "Miles from here, resting on a branch." Without another word, he took aim. A single shot rang out, clean, precise. The soldier didn't need to check. He already knew. "You belong with us," he said. The huntsman gave a small smile and agreed. Now there were 3 of them, walking side by side. And for the first time, the soldier felt something shift. These were no ordinary men. And with each new companion, his confidence grew stronger. The 3 men moved forward together, their footsteps steady, their purpose growing stronger. After some time, they noticed something strange ahead. A row of windmills, turning quickly, round and round. But the air was still. Not a single leaf moved. Not a whisper of wind could be felt. The soldier frowned. Something wasn't right. They walked further, searching for an answer. And then they saw him. A man sat high in a tree, holding one nostril shut, blowing hard through the other. Each breath he released carried force, far beyond what seemed possible. "That's me," the man said calmly. "I'm the one turning those windmills." The soldier smiled slightly. "Then you should come with us." The man didn't hesitate. He climbed down and joined them. Now there were 4. They continued on. Soon, they met another man. He stood balanced on one leg, while the other lay beside him on the ground. "I run too fast," he explained, "faster than anything alive. So I slow myself down." The soldier nodded. "You'll be useful?" The runner agreed and joined them. 5 men now. Not long after, they met the last one, a quiet man wearing his hat tilted to one side. "I keep it like this for a reason," he said. "If I wear it straight, a deadly cold spreads across the land." The soldier didn't laugh. He simply said, "Come with us." And the man agreed. Now they were 6. 6 men. 6 strange powers. And for the first time, it truly felt possible that they could stand against the world. They arrived at a town full of noise and movement, but the air felt tense. People were gathered everywhere. Whispers spread through the streets. The king had made an announcement, a race against his daughter. The winner would marry her. The loser would lose his life. The soldier stood still for a moment. Then he looked at the runner. "You will do this," he said. The runner simply nodded. No fear, no hesitation. The day of the race came. A long road stretched toward a distant stream. Crowds stood on both sides. The king's daughter waited at the start, calm, confident, ready. A signal was given, and they both ran. The runner shot forward instantly, fast like a storm breaking loose. Within moments, he was far ahead, out of sight. He reached the stream first, filled the pitcher with water, and turned back. Everything felt decided. But then, it changed. On the way back, his steps slowed. Tiredness crept in. He stopped for just a moment, only to rest. That moment became longer, and he fell asleep. Time passed. When he opened his eyes again, everything was wrong. The pitcher was empty, and far away, the king's daughter was already returning, closer to the finish line. And suddenly, everything started slipping away. For a moment, everything felt lost. The runner lay still, unaware of what was happening around him. The race was slipping away, second by second. But high above, on the castle wall, the huntsman was watching. His eyes were calm, sharp, and steady. Nothing on the ground escaped his focus. He raised his rifle slowly and took careful aim. The target was far away, almost impossible for others to judge, but his hand stayed perfectly still. A single shot broke the silence. Clean, controlled, precise. The horse's skull beneath the runner's head was knocked away safely. No harm came to him. Danger disappeared in an instant. The runner suddenly woke up. He looked around in confusion. The empty pitcher was beside him, and the king's daughter was still ahead. There was no time left. He stood up immediately and started running again. His body was tired, but his mind was clear. This time, there was no stopping, no pause, no hesitation. He pushed forward with everything he had. He reached the stream quickly, filled the pitcher again, and turned back at once. Every moment mattered now. His focus was sharp, his pace steady. Nothing could slow him down anymore. He crossed the finish line with one final burst of speed and won the race. For a moment, everything went silent. Then shock spread through the crowd. The king's daughter stood frozen, and the king's face burned with anger. A simple soldier had won, but deep inside the palace, something dangerous was already beginning to grow. The king did not accept defeat. His anger turned into a quiet plan. A plan no one could see coming. He invited the 6 companions to a grand feast. The hall looked rich, warm, and welcoming. Food was placed on the table, and smiles were offered. But something felt wrong. They were led into a separate room. Heavy iron doors closed behind them. The sound echoed like a final lock. The room itself was strange. Iron walls, iron floor, iron ceiling. No way out. And then the truth revealed itself. The king had planned everything. This was not a feast. It was a trap. Slowly, heat began to rise from below. At first, it was just discomfort. Then it became unbearable. The air grew thick. The floor started burning hot. The trap was meant to finish them quietly. But the companions understood now. They were not welcome guests. They were targets. Just when the heat became too much, the man with the strange hat stepped forward. He said nothing. He only adjusted his hat slowly. A deep cold spread through the room. The air changed instantly. Heat faded. Fire lost its strength. Within moments, the burning floor cooled down. The iron room turned silent again. Outside, the king waited. He thought it was over. But when the doors opened, all 6 men were still standing. Safe, calm, unharmed. king's plan had failed again, and this time his frustration turned deeper than before. The king realized force would not work anymore, so he changed his approach. This time, he offered a deal instead of a trap. He called the leader aside and spoke carefully. If they gave up the princess, they could take gold instead, as much as they could carry. The soldier listened without rushing. Then he smiled slightly. "Let my man carry what he can," he said, "and the matter is settled." The king agreed quickly, thinking it would finally end in his favor. But something large was already being prepared. A massive sack was made. Tailors worked for days to finish it. It looked bigger than anything anyone had seen before. When it was ready, the strongest man lifted it with one hand, as if it weighed nothing at all. The king watched nervously as gold began to fill it. Chests after chests were emptied. Still, the sack was not full. More was brought in. More gold. More treasure. Until it felt like the entire kingdom was being drained. And yet, the man only said one thing. "It is still not full." In desperation, the king sent his army. Soldiers rushed forward to stop them, but the blower stepped in calmly. He exhaled once, and the entire army was thrown back like leaves in the wind. After that, no one tried again. The king finally gave up. There was no other choice left. The 6 companions left the kingdom together. The treasure was divided equally among them, and in the end, there was no more conflict. Only silence, peace, and distance. They lived quietly after that, as if the world had finally stopped chasing them. Deep within the forest, where tall trees held the light above and the ground lay soft and quiet below, a she-wolf made her den. The air was still. Only the faint rustle of leaves moved through the shadows. There, in that hidden place, she gave birth to a small son. She watched him closely, her gaze gentle, her heart full. Every breath he took mattered. Every small movement brought her quiet joy. Yet even in that warmth, a thought began to trouble her. The world beyond the den was not kind. Strength alone would not be enough. She needed someone wise, someone who understood the ways of the forest, someone who could guide her son when she could not. Her mind turned, slowly, to the fox, a creature known for his sharp wit and smooth tongue. Not the strongest, but rarely the one who lost. Perhaps, she thought, such cleverness would serve her child well. With that decision settled, she rose from her den, careful, watchful, and determined. She set out through the trees, seeking her cunning cousin. The she-wolf found the fox resting beneath a low branch, his eyes half closed, as if the world held no worries for him. She approached with care, her voice calm and respectful. "Cousin," she said softly, "I have been blessed with a son, and I would have you stand beside him as guide and guardian." The fox lifted his head at once. A modest smile touched his face, though a quiet gleam flickered in his eyes. "You honor me," he replied, bowing slightly. "I shall do all that I can for the child." That evening, the she-wolf prepared a small feast. They sat together, sharing food and laughter. The fox spoke with ease, his words flowing smoothly, filling the silence with warmth. The she-wolf listened and trusted, and little by little, without force or demand, the fox's voice began to lead the way. When the meal had ended and the night settled in, the fox leaned a little closer, his voice low and thoughtful. "A growing child needs more than comfort," he said gently. "Strength must be fed, and fed well." The she-wolf listened, her ears lifting. "Not far from here," he continued, "there is a place where sheep are kept. Plenty, well-fed, strong one of them would give your son the nourishment he deserves." He paused, as if weighing the idea. "You are swift and silent," he added. "You could slip inside unseen. As for me, I will circle wide and keep watch." The plan seemed simple, reasonable, even wise. The she-wolf agreed without hesitation. Trust had already taken root. Together, they moved through the darkened forest, their steps quiet beneath the trees, until, at last, the outline of the farm appeared ahead. As they reached the edge of the farm, the fox paused near the trees. For a moment, he looked toward the dark fields, then slowly stepped back. Without another word, he slipped away into the shadows of the forest. The she-wolf, focused on the plan, moved forward alone. She crept into the sheepfold, silent as the night itself. But the silence did not last. A sudden bark shattered the stillness. A guard dog had sensed her presence. In an instant, chaos erupted. The barking grew louder, sharper. Lanterns flared in the distance as peasants rushed out of their homes. Trapped and surrounded, the she-wolf was seized. In anger and defense, they struck her with burning liquid meant for cleaning livestock. Pain tore through her body. With a desperate struggle, she broke free at last and fled back into the dark forest, wounded and shaken. The she-wolf staggered through the trees, every step heavier than the last. Her body burned with pain, and exhaustion clung to her like shadow. Ahead of her, beneath a fallen trunk, the fox lay curled as if broken. His voice rose weakly when he saw her. "Ah, cousin," he groaned. "They struck me down. I can barely move." He let out another faint sigh, carefully timed. His eyes half closed, his body still. "Please, if you leave me here, I will not survive the night." The she-wolf hesitated. Her own wounds screamed for rest, but her heart still held concern. With effort, she lowered herself and lifted the fox onto her back. Step by painful step, she turned away from the cursed farm and began the slow journey back through the silent forest, carrying him toward safety. The forest path felt longer on the way back. Each step the she-wolf took was slower than the last, her breath uneven, her body aching under the weight she carried. The fox lay still on her shoulders, light in form, but heavy in deception. Yet she did not stop. Even through pain, something within her kept her moving forward. Loyalty, habit, trust she could not easily abandon. At last, the trees parted, and her den came into view. A brief relief softened her exhaustion. Carefully, she lowered her head and steadied her stance. Then, without warning, the fox leapt down. He landed easily, his body perfectly unharmed, as if nothing had ever touched him. His energy returned in an instant. The she-wolf froze. Her eyes narrowed slightly, confusion rising. As the first shadow of realization began to form in her mind, the fox stretched his legs as if returning from a pleasant walk, not a night of danger and deception. A slow smile crossed his face. "So, cousin," he said lightly, "you truly believed I was the one in need?" His tone shifted into quiet laughter, not loud, but sharp enough to sting. Without waiting for a reply, he turned away. His steps were easy, almost playful, as he walked back toward the forest's edge, untroubled, unchanged. The she-wolf remained still. The truth settled in slowly, heavier than pain. What she had trusted had only been words. That night, she looked toward her son with quiet resolve. And when she finally spoke, her voice carried a warning meant to last beyond her lifetime. "Do not be fooled by gentle speech," she told him, "for sweet words can hide sharp intent, and cleverness without loyalty is a danger to all who trust it. In a quiet kingdom, far from shoom and restless roads, there stood a palace wrapped in stillness. Its halls were grand, yet something within them felt incomplete. Each morning, as the first light touched the allard, the queen walked alone into the royal garden. Dew clung softly to the leaves. The air was cool, untouched, almost sacred. There, beneath the open sky, she would pause and pray. Not once, not lightly, but every day, with the same aching wish. A child, someone to hold, someone to fill the silence that followed her through the palace halls. Days turned to weeks, weeks into quiet months. Still, she returned. Still, she hoped. Until one morning, the stillness shifted. A soft radiance gathered among the trees, and from it, a figure appeared. Gentle, luminous, not of this world. A voice, calm and certain, spoke to her heart. Her prayers had been heard. She would bear a son, and with him, a rare and wondrous gift. Whatever he wished for would come to be. Joy rushed through her like sunlight after a storm. She carried the news to the king, and together they waited in trembling hope. In time, a child was born, a promise fulfilled. But fate had more in store. The child grew quickly, strong and bright, and each day the queen carried him into the garden as she always had. The place that once held her prayers now held quiet joy. Morning after morning, she walked beneath the same trees, the same soft light falling around them. And one day, with the gentle murmur of water nearby, she rested. The child lay safely in her arms. The air was still, and slowly she drifted into sleep. That was when the silence changed. From the shadows, the royal cook approached. A man trusted by all, yet filled with envy that had long taken root. He knew of the child's strange gift, and in his heart, a dark plan had begun to form. Moving quickly, he lifted the boy and disappeared. Not a sound, not a trace. Then, with cruel care, he slew a hen and scattered its blood across the queen's clothes. Proof, carefully planted. He ran to the king, breathless, voice shaking with false alarm. The child was gone, taken by beasts, he claimed. When the king saw the blood, reason left him. Grief twisted into anger, and anger into judgment. Without pause, without question, he gave the order. A tower was built, high, cold, and sealed from light. No sun would reach it. No voice would escape it. And there, in darkness and silence, the queen was locked away, left to perish, an innocent soul condemned, and no one to speak the truth. Time passed, slowly, heavily. Days turned into months, months into years. High within the dark tower, the queen remained alone. No light reached her. No voice answered her prayers. And yet, she did not perish. Each day, without fail, 2 white doves descended from above. They brought her food. They brought her water. Quietly, gently, enough to keep her alive through 7 long years. Far away, the child lived on, hidden from the world. The cook kept him in a secret place, watched over by a nurse. No one was to know the truth. But fear had begun to grow in the cook's heart. The boy was no ordinary child, and if he ever understood his gift, everything could be lost. So the cook chose to act first. When the boy learned to speak, he guided him carefully. Soft words, careful suggestions. "Wish for something grand," he said. And the boy, innocent, trusting, did. At once, a great palace rose before them. Wide halls, towering walls, gardens full of color. Still, it was not enough. Soon after, the cook urged another wish, a companion this time. And so, a maiden appeared, gentle, radiant, almost unreal. The 2 grew close. They laughed. They wandered. They shared quiet days together, unaware of the danger that lingered nearby. For now, all was calm. But it would not remain so. The cook could no longer rest. Fear followed him, step by step. The boy was growing wiser, stronger, too strong to control for long. One night, he called the maiden aside. His voice was low, but filled with threat. "When he sleeps," he said, "end it. Take his heart. Take his tongue. Bring them to me, or lose your own life." The maiden stood frozen. Her hands trembled. Her breath faltered. She could not do it. When night fell, she made her choice. Not betrayal, but courage. Instead, she killed a small hind. Carefully, she took its heart and tongue. The next day, the cook returned, eyes sharp, voice cold. "Show me," he demanded. Before the maiden could speak, the boy rose, alive, watching. The silence broke. "So this was your plan," he said, his voice no longer soft. "No more lies." The cook stepped back, fear finally reaching him. Then the boy spoke again, not as a child, but with power. "You chose deceit. chose cruelty. Now face what you have earned." His words carried weight, and the world answered. In an instant, the cook's form twisted and broke. His voice vanished into a howl. A black dog stood in his place, a collar of gold locked around its neck. Burning coals were brought, forced upon the creature. It swallowed again and again until fire leapt from its throat. The balance had shifted, and justice had begun. After many days in the shining palace, the boy grew quiet. Victory did not silence his heart. Something still pulled him back. He thought of his mother, of the tower, of the years lost in darkness, and slowly the wish formed inside him. He wanted to return home. The maiden listened when he spoke, but her eyes lowered with doubt. "I do not belong there," she said softly. "That land is not mine." Still, she did not turn away from him. Their bond had grown too deep for that. In a quiet moment, the boy made another wish. The maiden changed into a pink flower, soft, living, held close to his heart. And so the journey began. The black dog followed behind them, silent and chained by gold. They traveled until the old tower appeared again on the horizon, cold, familiar, waiting. Standing before it, the boy looked upward and wished for a ladder. It rose at once, reaching high into the narrow sky. He climbed slowly, step by step, and at the top he called out, "Mother, do you still live?" A pause followed. Then her voice answered from the darkness, fragile, uncertain. The boy leaned closer. "I am your son," he said gently. "I have returned." Silence fell again, but this time it was different. Something long lost had begun to stir. The boy did not stay long in the quiet of the tower. A thought had already taken shape inside him. He would return to the kingdom once more, but not as before. This time, everything would be different. With a simple wish, his appearance changed. He became a huntsman, dressed in plain clothes. Nothing about him now revealed his true nature. Only the flower remained close to his heart. At the castle gates, the king studied him with doubt. There was something unusual in the young man's presence, but he allowed him to enter, still uncertain of his worth. The boy said nothing to explain himself. Instead, he led the huntsman into the fields. They formed a wide circle under the open sky. Then, with silent focus, he made his wish. At once, deer appeared within the ring of men. Dozens of them, then more, filling the land in motion. The hunters acted quickly, and the king watched in disbelief. Such power had never been seen in his kingdom before. A stranger had turned the impossible into reality. That night, a great feast was arranged in his honor. The hall was bright, filled with voices and celebration. Nobles gathered, and the king himself sat at the center. Yet beneath the laughter, something uneasy remained. The boy sat calmly among them, waiting. Then, quietly, he made a small wish, that the queen in the tower be spoken of aloud. And in that moment, the silence of years was broken. Voices rose across the hall, and the king's face changed. Old anger returned, sharp and uncontrollable. What had been buried was now pulled into the open, and the air grew heavy with the truth waiting to unfold. The boy stood up slowly in the middle of the hall. All eyes turned toward him, unaware of what was about to change. The time for silence had ended, and the truth could no longer remain hidden. He spoke his identity at last, not as a stranger, not as a huntsman, but as the lost prince, the one taken away in darkness, the one the world had believed dead. Shock spread through the hall like fire. Then came the proof. The black dog stood forward, trembling under its golden collar. And in that moment, the truth could no longer be denied. The cursed cook was revealed at last. The spell broke, and he returned to his human form. But there was no mercy left for him now. Justice was carried out, and silence followed his end. The maiden was restored from the pink flower. Once again, she stood beside him, real and alive. Soon after, the queen was brought down from the tower, weak, pale, but still holding her faith. She would not eat, not even when food was placed before her. Only whispered prayers left her lips. And after 3 days, she passed away quietly. White doves appeared once more in the sky, as if watching over what remained. The old king, broken by grief, soon followed her into death, and the kingdom was left in stillness. The son became king, and he married the maiden who had once been a flower. Their future remained unwritten, soft and uncertain, as if the story itself refused to speak beyond that moment. Once, in a quiet corner of the countryside, there lived a poor miller who owned very little. A worn, grinding mill, a patient donkey, and a lean tomcat with bright, watchful eyes. He had 3 sons. While he lived, they worked side by side. The eldest turned the heavy stone of the mill. The second loaded sacks upon the donkey, and carried flour to market. And the youngest kept watch, chasing away mice that crept too close. But time does not spare even the humble. When the miller passed away, a heavy silence fell over the home. Soon after, the brothers divided what little remained. The eldest claimed the mill. The second took the donkey. And to the youngest was left only the cat. The boy stared at his share, his heart sinking. My brothers are set for life, he thought bitterly. One has work, the other has strength, and I have nothing. His gaze drifted to the cat. A slow, troubling idea crept into his mind. Perhaps the animal was worth more dead than alive. Its fur could be used, its burden removed. He lowered his head. No fortune, no future, no hope. The boy's hand hovered near the cat, his thoughts heavy with doubt and desperation. But before he could act, the cat suddenly moved. Not in fear, not in panic, but with calm, deliberate certainty. He leapt onto a nearby bench and spoke, clear and steady. Do not harm me, young master. The boy froze. He had never heard such words from an animal before. The cat continued, his tone almost dignified. If you spare me, I will not be a burden to you. I ask only for a pair of sturdy boots. The request was so strange that the boy almost laughed. Boots. For a cat? The cat did not flinch. In those boots, he said softly, I will walk as men do, and I will bring you fortune you cannot yet imagine. A long silence followed. The boy had little left. Only a few coins remained from his father's legacy. Still, something in the cat's voice, something calm, certain, made him hesitate less than he should have. At last, he agreed. The coins were spent. The boots were made. And when the cat put them on, something shifted. He stood upright on two legs, not awkwardly, but with surprising ease. A small sack was slung over his shoulder, and corn filled its bottom. In that moment, the air itself seemed to change. The cat was no longer just a cat. He carried himself with a quiet, strange confidence, as if the world had just become slightly less predictable. The cat moved through the woods with quiet certainty, as if he already knew the outcome. He scattered grains of corn across the forest floor, small and careless looking. Then he opened his sack and laid it just so, half hidden among the grass. After that, he stepped back and waited in silence. The forest slowly answered his trap. Partridges drifted down, one after another, drawn by the scattered grain. They pecked without fear, moving deeper with every step, until at last they slipped straight into the open sack. For a moment, everything still held its breath. Then the cat pulled the cord tight with sharp precision. The trap closed. The sound of wings vanished into silence. He did not waste time celebrating. The sack was lifted, secured, and carried away. His steps were steady, almost formal, as he made his way toward the palace, as if this outcome had never been in doubt. At the gates, the guards stared at him in confusion. A cat walking upright was strange enough, but a cat carrying a sack like a merchant was worse. Their laughter came first, then hesitation. Inside the palace, he bowed with practiced calm. He spoke of a noble lord whose name did not exist beyond that moment. A gift, he said, offered in respect and loyalty. The king accepted it without suspicion. Gold was brought forward immediately. The birds were too fine, too rare to ignore, and the cat accepted the reward without emotion, as if this was only a small exchange in a much larger plan. When he returned, the boy could not speak at first. Gold lay where emptiness had been only hours before. The cat simply adjusted his boots and glanced up. "This," he said quietly, "is only the beginning." Days began to settle into a quiet rhythm after the first success. The cat would leave in the morning and return with steady rewards each time. Sometimes birds, sometimes rare game, always presented with the same calm confidence. The pattern repeated until it no longer felt like luck, but intention. Gradually, the king's curiosity turned into genuine fondness. The strange booted creature was no longer an oddity at the gates. He was allowed passage without question, almost expected within the palace walls. A small figure slowly becoming part of a much larger world. Inside his home, the boy remained mostly silent through it all. He watched the changes happen around him, rather than taking part in them. Wealth arrived, yet he felt strangely detached from it, as if the fortune belonged to someone else's life entirely. One afternoon, everything shifted in a quieter way. The cat had returned earlier than usual and lingered near the palace kitchens. There, he overheard a frustrated coachman speaking under his breath, complaints about royal travel, about a planned journey near the lake. Careless words, but enough for him to listen closely. Without warning, the cat left immediately. When he returned home, his tone had changed. He told the boy to go with him at once, to the lake. And before any questions could form, he added one simple instruction. He must bathe there as the royal carriage passed by. The boy did not understand it, but he obeyed anyway. The lake was quiet, almost still, as the boy stepped into the water. He followed the cat's instruction without understanding it, only trusting the strange certainty that had guided him so far. The coolness rose around him, and for the first time, he felt exposed and uncertain. Everything he owned had been left on the shore. Without warning, the cat moved quickly. He gathered the boy's clothes and hid them deep within the reeds. No hesitation, no explanation. Only a silent, deliberate action. As if every detail had already been decided in advance. In the distance, the sound of wheels grew louder. A royal carriage was approaching along the road beside the lake. The timing was exact, too exact to feel accidental. The cat suddenly shifted his tone and rushed toward the path. He called out loudly, his voice filled with urgency and distress. A robbery, he claimed. A noble young lord left helpless in the water. His performance was sharp, convincing, and impossible to ignore. The king ordered the carriage to stop. Recognition had already begun to form from earlier gifts. The noble Graf, as he believed, was now in distress. Without question, he sent fine robes for the boy to wear. Dressed in royal garments, the boy was guided into the carriage. He sat among nobility for the first time, still silent, still unsure. Across from him, the princess studied him quietly. Her gaze lingered just a moment longer than expected. The cat moved ahead of the carriage without waiting. He walked fast, almost as if the road belonged to him. Every step felt measured, deliberate, certain, as though the story was already written in his mind. He reached a wide meadow first. Workers were scattered across the land, bent over their tasks. He asked a simple question about ownership. His voice stayed calm, but carried weight. A pause followed. Then came hesitation. No one wanted to answer too quickly. The cat leaned slightly forward. A quiet warning followed his question. Not loud, not dramatic, just enough to tilt fear in his direction. The workers gave the answer he needed. Next came the fields, long rows of reapers under the open sky. The same question returned again. The same silence, then compliance. Then the forest, tall trees, heavy axes, slow movements. Again, the question. Again, the pressure. Again, the same answer shaped by fear. 3 places, 3 groups, 1 repeating pattern of control. By the time the carriage approached, something had already been built. Not land, but belief in land. a reality everyone agreed to without question. A distant palace rose beyond the fields. Tall walls, silent gates, a place built on presence and power. The cat arrived first, boots steady on the stone path. No rush in his steps anymore. Inside, the magician waited. His eyes narrowed at the small figure before him, but the cat did not bow in fear. He spoke instead, calm, almost playful. He questioned power itself, what it meant, how it changed, how it could be proven. The magician smiled at the challenge. Pride answered before thought. First, the transformation came. A lion filled the hall with roaring force. The ground seemed to hold its breath. The cat only stepped back slightly. Then an elephant followed, heavy, unshakable, certain in its strength. Still, the cat did not move in panic. He only watched. Then came the final suggestion. Something small. Something simple. A creature that could be overlooked entirely. A mouse. Pride accepted without caution. The magician changed again. And in that instant, everything ended. The cat moved once. The silence that followed felt absolute. When the king arrived, the palace no longer felt like mystery. It felt like proof. Proof of wealth. Proof of power. Proof of the graph. No questions remained in his mind. Only belief. The marriage was declared. The boy's name rose into royalty. Time passed quietly after that, and the cat, once forgotten, stood at the center of it all. First minister of a kingdom shaped by illusion and cleverness. In a time long forgotten, when wishes were whispered with belief and hope lingered gently in every heart, there lived a king whose name carried far across the lands. He had daughters, each one graceful and bright, like morning light resting softly upon the earth. Yet the youngest, she was something more. There was a quiet radiance about her, as though nature itself had paused to shape her with extra care. Even the sun, rising each day without fail, seemed to linger a moment longer when her presence touched the world. Not far from the king's castle stood a forest deep and still. Its paths were shaded, its air cool, and at its heart lay an old well, dark, clear, and silent, as though it held secrets too ancient to speak. Often, when the days grew warm and slow, the young princess would wander there alone. She would sit beside the well, where the grass felt soft beneath her hands, and pass the time with her most cherished treasure, a small golden ball, smooth and shining, which she tossed gently into the air and caught again, again, and again. The princess sat beside the old well under a calm afternoon sky. The golden ball moved gently in her hands, rising and falling in a familiar rhythm. Everything felt quiet, simple, and unchanged around her. But in a single moment, that calm broke. The ball slipped from her fingers, struck the stone edge, and fell into the deep darkness below. She froze, unable to react, as it disappeared completely. Panic came quickly after that. She rushed forward and leaned over the edge, calling into the well again and again. But there was only silence, heavy and endless, answering her voice. That silence soon turned into grief. Tears filled her eyes, and she began to cry softly beside the well. The forest around her stayed still, as if listening without a sound. Then a strange voice broke through the quiet. It asked what had caused her sorrow. Startled, she looked around and saw a frog sitting near the water, watching her calmly. Through her tears, she explained what had happened. The frog listened, then offered to bring back her golden ball. But in return, he asked for a promise to sit beside her, eat from her plate, and sleep near her as a companion. Overwhelmed and desperate, she agreed without hesitation. In her mind, it was nothing serious, just words spoken in panic, never meant to truly matter. The frog returned from the well with the golden ball in his mouth. He placed it gently on the grass, where it shone again in the light. For a brief moment, everything felt restored. The princess did not pause or think. She rushed forward and grabbed the golden ball tightly. Then she turned and ran straight toward the castle. Behind her, the frog called out for her to remember her promise. His voice followed her through the forest, but she kept running. She did not look back, even once. Slowly, the sound faded behind her. The forest grew quiet again as she moved farther away. Soon, only silence remained. By the time she reached the castle, she had already forgotten everything. The forest, the well, and the frog felt like something distant and unreal. She returned to her life as if nothing had happened. That evening, the castle hall was calm during dinner with the king. Soft light filled the room, and everything felt peaceful again. But that peace did not last long. A heavy knocking sound came at the door. Slow and steady, it echoed through the hall and broke the silence. Everyone turned toward it in confusion. When the door opened, the frog stood there. He spoke again about the promise, looking straight at the princess. Her face turned pale as fear spread through her. The king asked her what had happened. With a trembling voice, she explained everything about the well and her promise. The king grew serious and reminded her that a promise must always be kept. The king gave his order, and the princess had no choice but to open the door. The frog entered the grand hall, his small, wet footsteps echoing on the polished floor. He moved forward without fear, as if he already belonged there. Slowly, he came closer and climbed up beside her chair. He asked calmly to sit next to her, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. The princess shifted away, unable to hide her discomfort. Still, the frog did not stop there. He insisted on sharing the meal, asking for the plate to be brought nearer. With hesitation and disgust, she obeyed the king's silent pressure. They sat at the same table, though everything felt wrong to her. The frog ate with clear satisfaction, enjoying every bite without care. The princess barely touched her food, each moment feeling heavier than the last. When the meal ended, the frog looked up again. His final demand came quietly, asking to be taken to her bedroom. He wanted to sleep beside her as part of the promise. That request broke something inside her. Fear, anger, and helplessness mixed together in her mind. For the first time, her control began to slip into emotional distress. The princess stood frozen in the room, still holding the weight of the promise in her mind. Fear and anger mixed together, making every thought feel heavier than the last. The silence around her only made the pressure grow stronger. From below, the king's voice reminded her again that a promise must be kept. Reluctantly, she picked up the frog and carried him upstairs. Each step felt slow, as if she was moving against her own will. Inside the room, she placed him carefully in a dark corner. She hoped distance would finally end the situation and give her relief. But the frog did not stop speaking. He demanded to be brought closer, repeating his request again and again. A quiet threat followed, as he said he would tell the king if she refused. That was the moment everything inside her began to break. Fear turned into frustration, and frustration into sudden anger. She could no longer hold herself back under the pressure. In one sharp movement, she grabbed the frog. With a burst of rage, she threw him against the wall. The room fell into complete silence the instant he struck it. And in that silence, something impossible began to change. The moment the frog struck the wall, a strange silence filled the room. When it faded, the shape before her was no longer that of a frog. Instead, a young prince stood there, calm and noble in appearance. He rose slowly, as if waking from a long and heavy dream. His face carried a quiet gentleness, and his eyes held no trace of fear or anger. The transformation had broken something far deeper than just a spell. He then explained what had happened to him. A wicked witch had cursed him long ago, trapping him in the form of a frog. Only the acceptance of a promise, even under unwilling circumstances, could free him. As he spoke, the princess listened in silence. What once felt like disgust now began to shift into understanding. The truth of everything slowly settled in her mind. The king, who had witnessed all that had unfolded, stepped forward. Seeing the prince restored, he gave his approval without hesitation. What began in fear was now turning toward acceptance. With the curse finally broken, arrangements were made that very night. The bond that formed through struggle was now declared into marriage, and the palace, once filled with tension, slowly moved toward celebration. By morning, a carriage stood ready outside the palace gates. It was drawn by strong white horses, waiting quietly under the soft light of dawn. The air carried a sense of departure and new beginning. Among those gathered stood the prince's faithful servant, Iron Henry. His face carried the weight of years spent in silent loyalty and grief. He had never left his master's side, even in the darkest of times. Years ago, when the prince was cursed, Henry had suffered deeply. To keep his heart from breaking completely, iron bands were placed around it. Each band held back the sorrow he could no longer contain. Now, as he saw his master restored, something inside him began to change. The journey started, and the carriage wheels rolled forward along the road. A sudden loud crack echoed through the air. At first, they feared something had broken in the carriage itself. But Henry knew the truth in that moment, even before words were spoken. It was not the wheel. It was the first band breaking from his heart. Again and again, the sound returned as they moved forward. Each crack was another chain of grief falling away from him. His heart, long burdened by sorrow, was finally becoming free. In the end, only peace remained inside him. The prince, his bride, and loyal Henry rode forward together in quiet happiness. And for the first time in years, there was only freedom and joy ahead. In a time long faded from memory, when kings ruled from towering castles of cold stone, there lived a ruler whose pride was known across the land. Yet his greatest treasure was not his crown, nor the jewels locked away in guarded chests. Hidden behind his palace walls, there lay a quiet garden, and within that garden stood a tree unlike any other. Its branches bore apples of pure gold, each one glowing softly in the night, like captured pieces of the sun. Every morning, without fail, the apples were counted, carefully, patiently, as though each one held the weight of the kingdom itself. But one morning, while dew still shimmered upon the grass, a troubling discovery was made. One apple was gone. The king's anger rose at once, sharp and unyielding. No thief would dare mock him and remain free. So a command was given. Each night, a watch would stand beneath the tree until the culprit was found. The king had 3 sons, and that very evening, the eldest stepped forward, bow in hand, ready to guard the golden fruit. The eldest son took his place beneath the tree, bow in hand, certain of his success. For a while, he stood watch with steady focus, listening to every sound the night carried. But as midnight approached, a quiet heaviness settled over him. His eyes grew heavy, his stance weakened, and sleep overtook him. By morning, another golden apple had vanished. The second son stepped forward the next night, confident where his brother had failed. He promised he would remain awake, no matter what came. Yet the night has a way of testing resolve, and when the hour grew late, he too was overcome by sleep. At dawn, the loss was the same. Then came the youngest son. He was rarely trusted, often dismissed as simple and slow. Still, he asked for his chance, and though the king doubted him, he allowed it at last. That night, the garden rested under a pale, silver moon. Everything was still, almost unnaturally so. When midnight struck, a sudden rushing sound cut through the silence. From the sky descended a magnificent bird, its feathers glowing like liquid gold. It settled upon the tree and reached for one of the shining apples. In that instant, the young prince acted. His arrow flew swift and true, but the bird escaped into the night. Only a single golden feather drifted down to the ground. By morning, he placed it before the king. It shimmered brighter than any jewel in the royal treasury. The court gathered in wonder, murmuring at its value. Even one feather, they declared, was beyond price. But the king desired more. "One feather will not satisfy me," he said. "I must have the bird itself." And so, without delay, the eldest son set out on the journey, certain that he alone would succeed. The eldest son journeyed far, with full confidence in his path. At the edge of a forest, he met a strange fox, watching him quietly. Its eyes seemed sharp, almost human in their awareness. The fox warned him of a village ahead with 2 inns. One was bright, loud, and full of celebration. The other was dark, quiet, and almost empty. He was told to choose the silent one, but the prince dismissed the warning without thought. He trusted his own judgment more than any wild creature. So he entered the bright inn, drawn by music and comfort. Inside, laughter and wine filled every corner. And slowly, his mission faded from memory. The quest was forgotten in pleasure. Soon after, the second son followed the same road. He met the fox, heard the same warning, and ignored it just the same. At the village, he saw his brother already inside the bright inn. Without hesitation, he joined him. And so, both remained there, lost in comfort and distraction. Later, the youngest son set out on the same journey. The king was hesitant, but finally allowed him to go. He met the fox at the forest edge, just as his brothers had. But unlike them, he listened carefully, without pride. The fox became his guide, carrying him swiftly across lands and hills. The world moved beneath them like a passing dream. They reached the village as night fell. The prince chose the quiet inn and rested without disturbance. At dawn, the fox returned once more. He gave clear instructions, pointing toward the path ahead. The enchanted castle now lay within reach. Ahead of them rose the enchanted castle, silent and heavy under its own stillness. At its gates, the guards lay in a deep, unnatural sleep. Not a sound moved through the stone corridors. Inside the grand hall, the golden bird hung in a plain wooden cage. Beside it rested another cage, carved in gold and shining with pride. The contrast seemed deliberate, almost like a test waiting to be failed. The prince hesitated only for a moment. Then he moved the bird into the golden cage, believing it was a kinder choice. At once, the bird cried out, and the silence broke like glass. Soldiers awoke, and the prince was seized. To free him, a new demand was set. He must bring the golden horse from a distant stable. The fox appeared again, disappointment in its voice, but patience still intact. It explained the mistake and gave precise instructions for what lay ahead. At the stable, 2 saddles awaited him. One was plain and simple, the other rich and decorated with gold. Temptation returned once more. He chose the golden saddle, and the moment he did, the horse neighed loudly. The stable stirred, and again he was captured. The king then demanded something greater, the princess of the golden castle. The fox guided him carefully this time, warning him clearly. He was told to meet her as she entered the bathing chamber and win her trust. But when she wept, and asked for a final farewell, his heart wavered. He allowed it. The castle awoke once more, and he was taken again. This time, the punishment was heavier. He was given one final task: to level a great mountain within 8 days. The king's final demand was unlike anything before it. A vast mountain stood between the kingdom and the horizon, unshaken for generations, and the prince was ordered to make it disappear within 8 days. It seemed impossible. Even the thought of it carried defeat. That night, when exhaustion and despair settled in, the fox returned once more. But this time, it spoke with certainty instead of warnings. It told the prince to lie down and sleep, that he would take care of everything himself. And so, the boy obeyed. By morning, the impossible had been done. The mountain was gone, as if it had never existed at all. Bound by his own promise, the king had no choice left. The princess was granted to the prince, as fate slowly turned in his favor. Yet the journey was not complete. With the fox's guidance, they returned to reclaim what had been lost. The golden horse was freed from its captors. The golden bird was taken back from the silent halls of the castle. Everything that had been stolen was finally restored. At last, success stood complete before him. But then the fox made a strange request, a reward unlike any other, something unsettling and unclear. It asked the prince to strike off its head and feet. The boy refused at once, unable to understand such a demand. The fox said nothing more, and quietly, without anger or complaint, it turned away and vanished into the forest. With the princess by his side and the treasures finally recovered, the prince began his journey back home. The road back felt quiet after everything he had endured. The prince believed the worst was already behind him. For the first time, there was a sense of ease in his steps. But that calm was only an illusion. Along the way, he found 2 prisoners in chains. When he looked closer, he recognized them at once, his own brothers. Despite all warnings he had once heard, he chose mercy, and he set them free. They continued their journey together. The world around them seemed still, almost forgiving. Near a stretch of water, they stopped to rest. The air was soft, and silence surrounded them. In that silence, the prince let his guard fall. Old lessons faded from his thoughts. Trust replaced caution once again. And that was his mistake. The brothers exchanged a glance. No words were needed between them. What followed happened too quickly to stop. They turned on him without hesitation. He was pushed into the water. Struggling, he watched everything slip away. The golden bird, the horse, the princess, gone in an instant, taken by the very ones he had saved. When he surfaced, he had nothing left. No treasures, no companions, no identity they would recognize. But the fox returned once more. It pulled him from the water in silence and gave him the shape of a beggar. Unseen, he walked back toward the kingdom. Inside the palace, celebrations had already begun. Another truth was forming, one that had not yet been revealed. Inside the royal hall, celebrations had already begun. The stolen treasures stood proudly beside the false heroes. But nothing remained hidden for long. When the disguised prince entered quietly, the princess looked at him. For a moment, her voice stopped, as if memory had struck her first. Then, recognition slowly returned, cutting through all doubt. She knew who he was. The truth broke into the open. Every lie, every betrayal, every stolen victory was revealed before the court. Silence followed, heavier than any celebration. The brothers were dragged away in disgrace. Their pride ended where their deception was exposed. And justice finally took its place. The youngest prince, once ignored and underestimated, was now accepted as the rightful hero. What he had earned through suffering was finally acknowledged. The princess stood beside him, and their union was sealed in marriage. Peace slowly returned to the broken kingdom. Order replaced chaos. Trust replaced doubt. Yet one presence still remained. Quiet. Unfinished. Waiting. The fox appeared one last time at the edge of the journey. Its voice carried no tricks this time, only exhaustion and hope. It begged to be freed from its curse at last. The prince hesitated, then finally understood. He raised his hand and obeyed the promise he had once refused. In that instant, the fox was no longer a fox. The curse shattered, revealing a man long lost. The princess's own brother returned at last. With that, everything settled into calm. The golden bird sang freely once more. The horse ran without chains across open fields, and the kingdom, finally at peace, prospered under a just ruler. In a distant land, where the days passed gently and the nights were still, there lived an aging queen who had long ruled alone. Years had gone by since she lost her king, yet her heart remained full. For all her love was given to her only daughter. The princess was known far and wide for her quiet grace. Wherever she went, people paused and admired. It had long been arranged that she would marry a prince from a faraway kingdom. And now, at last, the time had come. The queen prepared her daughter for the journey with great care. Fine garments were packed, jewels were chosen, treasures were gathered, not for display, but as a mother's way of holding on. A waiting woman was sent along to attend her, polite in manner. Yet something in her gaze felt cold. 2 horses stood ready. One was strong and watchful, almost as if it understood more than it should. Before departure, the queen called her daughter aside. In private, she placed a small white cloth into her hands, marked with a few drops of her own blood. "Keep this close," she whispered. Then they embraced and parted. And so the princess rode away, leaving behind all that was safe and entering the unknown. The journey began in quiet order. Hooves moved steadily along the road, and the air, though calm, carried a faint unease. After some time, the princess felt the weight of thirst. By the roadside, a narrow stream shimmered in the light. She turned gently to the waiting woman. "Please, bring me some water in the cup," she said. But the woman barely looked at her. "Drink it yourself," she replied coldly. "I am not here to serve you." The words stung. Still, the princess said nothing. She stepped down, knelt beside the stream, and drank from her hands. As she bent low, a quiet sorrow escaped her lips. For a moment, all was still. Then, from within her dress, a soft voice seemed to whisper, "If your mother knew your sorrow, her heart would not endure it." The princess closed her eyes briefly, then rose and continued on. Not long after, the sun grew stronger. The road stretched endlessly ahead, and once again, thirst returned. They reached another stream. This time, her voice was softer. "Please, help me." But the answer came sharper than before. "Must I serve you like a servant?" the woman said with scorn. "If you wish to drink, then bend and drink." So again, the princess stepped down. Again, she knelt. Again, she drank. And once more, that gentle voice echoed, "If your mother knew your sorrow, her heart would surely break." As she rose, weakened and quiet, the cloth at her breast loosened, just slightly. A moment later, as the road bent gently beside the stream, the cloth that rested near her heart slipped free. It fell without sound, touching the water, and slowly drifting away with the current. The princess did not notice. Her thoughts were still ahead on the journey, but the waiting woman saw everything. Her eyes followed the cloth as it floated farther and farther until it was gone. And in that instant, something changed. Her posture straightened. Her voice sharpened. No longer did she speak as a servant. "You will listen now," she said coldly. The air between them grew heavy. There was no kindness left in her tone. What followed happened quickly. The rich garments were taken away. The princess was made to wear plain, rough clothes. Her place was stripped from her without mercy. Even the horses were changed. The loyal horse was taken from her, and she was given a weaker mount instead. Step by step, she was pushed downward from who she had been into someone unrecognizable. By the time they moved again, the princess no longer rode in dignity. She followed quietly behind, her head lowered, her voice gone. When they reached the distant castle, everything had already been decided for her. The waiting woman rode forward proudly and was received as the bride. The prince, waiting with joy, saw only what he had been told to see. And the true princess stood behind, unnoticed, as if she had never arrived at all. Inside the castle, life moved forward, as if nothing had changed. The old king, however, often noticed the quiet girl who followed behind the others. There was something about her silence, something that did not feel ordinary. But the waiting woman quickly dismissed her. "She is only a servant I brought along," she said carelessly. And so the girl was given the lowest place, far from the court. Soon, she was sent away from the castle itself. In the open fields beyond the walls, she was made to tend the geese each day. A boy named Conrad was assigned to stay with her. But even this small peace did not last. The waiting woman feared the truth might one day be spoken, especially by the horse that had once belonged to the princess. And so, a cruel order was given. The horse was to be destroyed. When the girl heard this, she could not stop it openly. But she quietly ensured the horse's head was placed above the dark gate she passed daily. From that day on, each morning and evening, as she walked through the gate, she would whisper in grief. And in return, the horse's head seemed to answer her. If your sorrow were known, your mother's heart would break. Then came the meadow. Each day, she loosened her golden hair in secret light. The wind would rise when she called it, keeping her safe when Conrad tried to trouble her. He would chase after his hat, while she calmly bound her hair again. And so the days repeated, quiet, strange, and hidden from the world. Days passed in the same strange rhythm, until Conrad could no longer stay silent. The work felt heavier each day, and the girl's presence began to trouble him. So at last, he went to the old king with his complaints. He spoke of things that sounded impossible. A horse's head at the gate, speaking softly as she passed. A sudden wind rising whenever she called it, and golden hair that shone like light whenever she stood in the open field. The king listened without interruption. At first, he said nothing, but curiosity slowly replaced doubt. That night, and the mornings that followed, he began to watch in secret. From hidden places near the gate, he saw the girl walk alone, quietly passing by. And just as Conrad had said, there came that soft, sorrowful exchange at the gate. Later, in the meadow, he saw it again. The wind rising at her call, the strange calm in her movements, the way even the air seemed to listen to her. The king did not speak immediately, but something had become clear in his mind. This was no ordinary servant girl. There was a truth beneath her silence, a truth that had been carefully hidden. And now, for the first time, the quiet certainty of that mystery began to grow into something far heavier, a question that demanded to be answered. The king waited a while before he spoke to her. When he finally called her, his voice was calm, almost gentle. He asked her carefully about all that he had seen, but the girl lowered her eyes and said nothing. There was fear in her silence, as if some promise bound her tongue. The king understood that direct questions would not break that silence, so he changed his approach. He led her to a quiet room where a large iron oven stood cold and still. And softly he told her, "If you cannot speak to me, then speak your truth into that oven. No one else will hear." The girl hesitated. Then, slowly, she stepped forward. At first, her words were broken, uncertain. But soon, the weight inside her could no longer stay hidden. She spoke of her true birth, of the journey that began with hope, of the woman she once trusted, and the betrayal that followed. She spoke of losing everything, her place, her name, her voice. And as she spoke, the king listened from outside, unmoving. When she finally finished, there was silence. No anger came from him, only certainty. Without delay, he acted. She was brought out, washed of her sorrow, and dressed once again in royal garments. And as the transformation returned, her true presence seemed to rise with it. Soon after, the prince was called. When he saw her clearly, everything changed. What he believed before collapsed in an instant. Recognition replaced confusion, and emotion replaced certainty. A great feast was arranged in the castle halls, where every noble was invited, and silence itself felt heavier than usual. At the center of it all sat the prince. Beside him was the woman everyone had believed to be his bride. Calm, confident, and unaware of what was coming. Across from her sat the true princess, now restored to her rightful place. The contrast between them was quiet, but undeniable. When all had gathered, the old king stood and spoke. He told the court that justice must be spoken plainly, even in celebration. Then he turned to the false bride. He asked her a simple question. What punishment should fall upon someone who betrays a royal trust so deeply? Without hesitation, she answered. She spoke harshly, describing a punishment so severe that it shocked the room. She did not realize that every word she spoke was shaping her own fate. The king did not argue. He only looked at her, and then revealed the truth. The deception was exposed. The role she had stolen collapsed in front of everyone. And the punishment she had described was carried out exactly as she had declared. No one spoke against it. Afterward, there was no confusion left, only closure. The prince stepped forward and took the true princess by the hand, and this time there was no mistake. They were united in marriage, and the kingdom finally found peace again. But the story lingered beyond the feast, a quiet reminder that loyalty is seen in silence, and betrayal always finds its own end. A quiet valley rested beneath a wide, open sky. Soft hills rolled into the distance. Sheep moved slowly through the grass. The air was calm, still, almost untouched by time. In this peaceful place lived a shepherd boy. His clothes were worn and faded from long days in the fields. His shoes carried the marks of many journeys. Nothing about him seemed unusual at first glance. And yet, something about him felt different. When he spoke, people listened more carefully than they expected. His words were simple, but they stayed in the mind, as if they carried more weight than they should. The elders would pause in surprise at his answers. The young gathered around him, curious and quiet. Even travelers passing through the valley stopped to listen. Something in his voice made them linger. Slowly, stories about him began to spread. Each telling added a little more to his name. From one village to another, the tale traveled, until it reached places far beyond the valley. At last, the story reached the king. He heard it, but did not believe it. A shepherd boy, wiser than learned men of his court? It sounded unlikely, almost impossible. And yet the thought stayed with him. Curiosity began to grow, quiet, but persistent. In the end, he made his decision. The boy was ordered to be brought to the palace. The shepherd boy arrived at the palace gates. tall walls rose around him, cold and grand. Inside, everything shimmered with power and gold. It felt nothing like the quiet valley he came from. He stood in the hall, calm but out of place. His simple clothes drew quiet laughter from the courtiers. Whispers moved through the crowd like soft noise. Some smiled, others looked at him with doubt. The king raised his hand, and the hall went silent. His eyes rested on the boy for a moment. Then he spoke, clear and firm, breaking the tension. 3 questions would decide the boy's fate. If he answered correctly, he would live in the palace, honored, accepted, and treated as family. But if he failed, he would return to his sheep, and his name would fade into silence. The court leaned forward, waiting for his reaction. The boy stood still, steady, and unshaken. He showed no fear, only quiet respect, as if the challenge had already been expected. Then the king spoke again, and asked the first question, about the drops of water in the ocean. The hall grew still as the first question was asked. The courtiers leaned in, already expecting the boy to fail. A smile or two flickered across their faces. It seemed like a question no one could truly answer. But the shepherd boy did not rush. He spoke calmly, giving a condition before his answer. If every river and stream were stopped, and no water flowed into the sea, then, and only then, could the drops be counted. A murmur passed through the court. The answer was unexpected, sharp, and thoughtful. Even those who doubted him fell silent for a moment. A faint shift of respect began to replace the earlier mockery. Without much pause, the second question followed. This one was heavier, almost impossible in its demand. The boy was asked to count the stars in the sky above. The challenge filled the hall with quiet tension. The boy requested a sheet of parchment. When it was given, he marked it with countless tiny points, so many that the page seemed covered beyond counting. He then said the stars were as many as those marks. The courtiers bent closer, trying to make sense of it, but their eyes tired, and the numbers blurred together. They could not count what they saw before them. A sense of awe slowly spread through the hall. The king remained silent for a moment. Then he straightened, knowing the final question must come. Silence had already settled in the hall before the final question was fully spoken. It was heavier this time, different from the first 2. Even the courtiers who once looked confident now sat still. No one dared to interrupt what was coming next. How many seconds are there in eternity? The boy did not answer immediately. For a moment, he seemed to step away from numbers and logic. His expression softened, and his voice changed its rhythm. It no longer sounded like calculation, but like storytelling. Far away in his words, a great mountain began to appear. It stood in a distant land, vast and unmoving, almost beyond time. Once every 100 years, a small bird would come there, and it would gently sharpen its beak against the stone. Century after century, the bird would return again. The mountain would change so slowly, it almost felt unchanged. Yet each visit still carried meaning, however small it seemed. Time moved, but in a way no one could measure properly. As he spoke, the hall grew quieter than before. Even the idea of time felt stretched and heavy inside the room. His voice dropped softly, almost fading into stillness itself. And then he reached the final thought. The first second of eternity would only arrive when even that impossible mountain had completely worn away. No one moved. No one spoke. The silence that followed felt endless. The silence did not break after the final words. It stayed in the hall, heavy and unmoving. No laughter remained now. No whispers followed either. Even the courtiers sat still. Their earlier confidence had faded completely. Eyes stayed lowered, as if avoiding the moment. The room felt different, quieter than before. Slowly, the king rose from his throne. His movement was calm and unhurried. Step by step, he came down into the hall. His gaze never left the shepherd boy. When he reached him, he stopped in front of him. For a moment, he said nothing at all. The silence between them felt meaningful now, as if words were no longer needed immediately. Then his voice finally came, but it was no longer firm or distant. It carried respect and a softened tone, almost like someone who had understood something deeply. He spoke of wisdom in a different way, not as something tied to wealth or power, but as something that could appear anywhere, even in the simplest of lives. The boy was no longer being tested. He was being recognized. And in that quiet moment, the king made his decision. For a brief moment, the king remained silent. It was as if the weight of everything said had finally settled. Then his expression changed, no longer doubtful or distant. Something in him had shifted completely. Turning toward the boy, he spoke with calm certainty. The shepherd would not be sent back to the fields, nor would he remain here as a visitor or servant. A different path was being opened for him now. Inside the palace, his life would begin anew, not as someone beneath the court, but within it. He would be taken in as part of the king's own household, accepted, not tested anymore. What once separated them now felt less important. Shepherd and ruler stood in the same silence. Titles and positions seemed to fade for a moment, leaving only understanding behind. The boy did not react with surprise or pride. He simply remained as he always had been, calm, steady, unchanged at his core. Only his world around him had transformed, and in that quiet acceptance, something new began. Not loudly, but like a life gently turning its page. From that moment, the shepherd boy's life changed quietly. He was no longer just a child from a distant valley. Something in how the world saw him had shifted, as if his name had found a new place to exist. His story did not remain inside the palace. It slowly moved outward into the world beyond, carried by travelers who had heard his answers and repeated them in faraway places. Soon, people everywhere began to know of him, not as someone powerful, but someone wise, a boy whose words carried calm understanding and a quiet strength that stayed in memory. But the real lesson was never about the boy alone. It was about what his moment revealed to the world. That wealth is not the measure of the mind, and appearances never tell the full truth. Time passed, but the meaning did not fade. His story became a reminder, not just a tale. That wisdom can come from the simplest places, if the world is willing to notice it. And so everything returns to stillness once again. A valley, a boy, and a moment that changed everything, softly fading, like a thought before sleep. Long ago, in a quieter age of the world, there ruled a king whose wisdom seemed almost unnatural. People spoke of him in hushed voices. They said no secret could stay hidden for long. Not in the mountains, not in the valleys. Somehow, he always knew. It was as if unseen whispers drifted through the air, finding their way to him alone. And yet, for all his knowledge, the king kept a secret of his own. Each day, when the final plates were cleared, one last dish was brought before him. It was always covered, always carried in silence. No servant was allowed to remain. No eyes were permitted to linger. Alone, the king would lift the lid and eat. No one knew what it contained. No one dared to ask. But the servant who carried that dish each day, he began to wonder. At first, it was only a passing thought, a quiet curiosity. But day by day, it grew. He started to feel its weight in his hands, to imagine what might lie beneath the cover. Until one day, the question became too heavy to ignore, and the servant made his choice. That evening, when the palace had grown quiet, the servant carried the covered dish into his chamber and locked the door behind him. For a moment, he only stood there, staring at it, his curiosity pressing harder than ever before. At last, he reached forward and lifted the lid. There, resting upon the plate, lay a white snake, pale and still. The sight sent a chill through him, yet along with fear came a strange and dangerous temptation. He cut the smallest piece and tasted it. In an instant, the world around him seemed to change. From beyond the window came a rush of sharp, lively voices. He stepped closer and saw birds in the branches, chattering endlessly. And to his astonishment, he understood every word. Wonder filled him, but it did not last long. Before the day had ended, trouble fell upon him. The queen's ring had vanished, and suspicion quickly turned toward the one servant allowed everywhere. The king's expression grew cold. By morning, the thief must be named, or the servant himself would suffer the punishment. With no way to prove his innocence, he wandered in despair, until near the water he heard voices once more. A group of ducks drifted by, speaking carelessly of their meal, and one complained of a hard, golden thing it had swallowed. The servant acted at once. He seized the duck and brought it to the kitchen, where the truth was soon revealed. The lost ring lay hidden within. By morning, he stood before the king, cleared of all blame, and the king, filled with regret, offered him a reward. The king spoke kindly now, offering gold, position, and comfort within the court. But the servant bowed his head and asked for something far simpler: a horse to ride and a little gold to carry him forward. He wished to see the world beyond the palace walls. So he set out, leaving behind the life he had always known, with only the open road before him. Before long, he came upon a quiet pond where several fishes lay caught among the reeds, gasping for water. They struggled weakly, their bodies glistening in the sun. Moved by pity, he dismounted and gently freed them, lifting each one and returning it to the cool water. They circled once, then raised their heads and spoke with gratitude, promising they would remember his kindness. He rode on, thoughtful and calm, until he heard faint cries rising from the ground below. An army of ants scattered in panic as his horse approached, their tiny lives in danger beneath heavy hooves. At once, he guided his horse aside, choosing a safer path. From below, The Ant King called out in thanks, vowing that such mercy would not be forgotten. Deeper still into the forest, he came upon a nest of young ravens. They cried out in hunger, weak and helpless, for they could not yet fly, nor find food for themselves. The servant looked upon them in silence, then made a difficult choice. He drew his blade and gave up his own horse, leaving it for the starving birds. The ravens fed, their strength returning. And from above, they promised, as the others had, that one day they would repay him. Far away from the quiet forests and open roads, a great city rose before him, full of noise, movement, and restless crowds. In its center lived a princess whose beauty was spoken of in every corner of the kingdom. But so was her pride. She had declared that no man would win her hand easily. Only those who could complete impossible trials would even be considered. Many had already tried and failed. When the servant heard of this, something shifted within him. And when he finally saw her, he forgot his fear for a moment. Against all reason, he stepped forward and offered himself as a suitor. The first task came quickly. A golden ring was thrown deep into the sea, and he was told to retrieve it or lose his life. Standing helpless on the shore, he had no answer. Until the water stirred. The fishes he once saved returned, breaking through the waves. One of them carried the ring gently in its mouth. The first trial was complete, yet the princess showed no warmth. Instead, she gave a second command. A vast field of millet was scattered across the grass, and by morning, every grain had to be gathered. It seemed impossible until night fell. From the earth itself, the ants emerged in endless numbers, working silently until not a single grain remained. The second task was done. Still, the princess refused to yield. Her pride remained unbroken, and a final challenge was announced. The air grew heavier with uncertainty as the servant stood waiting for what would come next. The princess was still not satisfied. Her final demand came without hesitation. An apple from the tree of life, rare, distant, almost impossible to find. The servant did not argue. He simply turned away and began his journey once more. He crossed forests that stretched endlessly. He passed valleys swallowed by silence. Days blurred into nights, and slowly his strength began to fade. At last, he stopped beneath a wide, quiet tree. And there, he rested, exhausted, empty of hope. For a moment, everything felt still, as if the world had forgotten him. Then came a sound above him, wings cutting through the air. He looked up slowly. The ravens had returned. They circled once and landed near him. Carefully, they placed something in front of him, a golden apple, softly glowing, as if holding its own light. One by one, they spoke, not loudly, but with certainty. They had gone far to keep their promise, farther than he could have reached alone. The servant stared at the apple in silence. Tiredness still remained in his body, but something else had changed. Relief and quiet disbelief. The final gift had come, exactly when it was needed most. And in that still moment, hope returned again, steady, real, and alive. The journey back felt different now, no longer endless, no longer uncertain. He returned to the great city, carrying the golden apple with steady hands. Crowds gathered once again as he entered the palace gates. Whispers followed him through the halls, the same halls where others had once failed. He stood before the princess and placed the apple before her. For a moment, there was only silence. She looked at it, then at him, and something in her expression began to shift, not quickly, but slowly, like a wall finally giving way. The apple was cut between them, and as they both tasted it, a strange stillness filled the room. Her pride, so firm for so long, began to soften. The distance in her eyes faded little by little, and in its place, something warmer appeared. Recognition, then understanding, then something deeper than both. The servant did not speak. He only waited. And for the first time, the princess did not look away. The weight she had carried, of pride, of control, of distance, finally began to fall away. What remained was not judgment, but feeling, real, unguarded, and quiet. The moment passed without declaration, yet everything had already changed. And in that silence between them, the bond was no longer uncertain. It was accepted. It was real. Days later, the city was filled with quiet celebration. Not the loud kind, but something calmer, deeper. The marriage took place within the palace halls. No grand declarations were needed anymore. Everything had already been proven. The servant, once a simple worker carrying a covered dish, now stood as an equal beside the princess. His place in the world had changed, not through power or pride, but through trials endured and kindness returned. As the ceremony ended, there were no loud cheers echoing through the palace. Instead, there was a softer feeling in the air, like something long unsettled had finally found rest. Looking back, every step of his journey seemed to connect now. the mercy shown to the smallest creatures, the choices made without expecting reward. Nothing had been forgotten. Each act had returned in its own time, not immediately, but exactly when it was needed. The world, in its own quiet way, had balanced everything. The princess stood beside him, no longer distant or proud. Whatever walls had once existed between them had disappeared completely. There was no need for promises spoken aloud, no need for certainty to be proven again. Only presence remained. And in that presence, the story found its ending. Not in celebration, but in stillness. A life that began in mystery, now settled into peace. And though time would move forward, this tale would remain, remembered not for its loud moments, but for the quiet way it ended. At the edge of a quiet forest, there stood a small village. In that village lived a poor woodcutter and his wife. Each evening, when the work was done, the man sat by the fire. He stirred the glowing embers slowly, watching the sparks rise and fade. Nearby, his wife turned her spinning wheel, soft, steady, unending. They had enough to live, a roof above them, bread for their meals, but their home felt empty. "Our house is too quiet," the man would sigh. No laughter, no voices, only the fire and the wheel. His wife paused, then spoke gently. "If only we had a child," she said, "even one as small as my thumb, I would be the happiest mother." And with that quiet wish, their longing filled the little house. In time, their wish was granted. A child was born to them, perfect in every way, yet no bigger than a thumb. The parents marveled at him, just as they had hoped. "We shall call him Tom Thumb," they said, holding him close. They cared for him with all their love, but he never grew any taller. Still, he was quick of mind, sharp, careful, clever. Whatever he tried, he managed well. One day, his father prepared for the forest. "I must fetch wood," he muttered. "If only someone could bring the cart after me." "I will do it, father," Tom said. The man laughed softly. "You are too small to guide a horse." "Place me in its ear," Tom replied. "I will tell it where to go." So his father agreed. Tom settled inside the horse's ear and called out in a tiny voice, "Forward." "Stop." And the horse obeyed. As the cart rolled along, two strangers watched in wonder. "No driver," one whispered, "yet the wagon moves." They followed. Soon they saw the truth. a tiny boy, guiding it all. They stared in amazement, then spoke in hushed voices. "We could earn gold with him," they said. "Let us buy the child." They offered money, but the father shook his head. "He is my treasure," he said. "I will not sell him." But Tom climbed to his shoulder and spoke softly. "Let me go, Father. I will find my way back." The man hesitated, then slowly agreed. With a heavy heart, he let his little son go. They placed Tom upon the brim of a hat, high above the road. From there, he watched the world pass by. Fields stretching wide, paths winding ahead. As evening fell, he spoke up softly. "Set me down for a while," he said. "I wish to stretch my legs." They agreed, but the moment his feet touched the ground, he ran. Across the furrows he darted, quick as a whisper, and vanished into a mouse hole. "Good evening," he called out, laughing. "You may go on without me." The strangers struck at the ground, but could not reach him. At last, they left in anger. When all was quiet, Tom crept out again. "It is not safe to wander at night," he murmured. By chance, he found an empty snail shell. Small, but enough. Inside, he curled up and fell asleep. Not long after, 2 thieves passed by. They spoke in low voices, planning a robbery. "I can help you," Tom called out. Startled, they searched around until they found him. He spoke quickly. "I can slip through the bars and pass things out to you." They took him along. At the house, he climbed inside. But then, he shouted, "Shall I bring out everything?" His voice rang through the rooms. A light stirred nearby. The thieves froze. Again, louder now. "Do you want it all?" Footsteps followed. The thieves fled into the dark, and Tom slipped away, safe once more. Tom slipped away from the house and made his way into a quiet barn. There, he tucked himself deep inside a pile of hay, hidden from sight and danger. Morning arrived soon after. A maid came in to feed the cows, gathering armfuls of hay without a second glance. By chance, she picked the very bundle where Tom lay. In a moment, it was thrown before a cow and swallowed whole. Darkness closed in around him. "Where am I now?" Tom cried softly. "It feels like some great mill, turning and grinding." His voice echoed faintly from within. The maid heard the sound and froze in fear. Something unseen was speaking. She hurried to her master, whispering of something strange, something unnatural. Before long, the cow was believed to be possessed and was killed. Its stomach was cast aside, left upon the heap. Inside, Tom struggled to find a way out, but before he could escape, a hungry wolf came by and swallowed it all in a single gulp. Now, once again, Tom found himself trapped in darkness. This time, inside a wolf. Inside the wolf, Tom did not panic. The space was dark and tight, but his mind remained steady. He listened, then spoke. "Friend Wolf," he called out, "I know a place filled with food, more than you could ever wish for." The wolf paused. "Where?" it growled. "At my father's house," Tom replied. "There is bread, meat, plenty for you." Greed stirred within the beast, and so it agreed. Guided by Tom's voice, the wolf crept through the night, slipping quietly into the house through a narrow opening. Once inside, it began to feast. It ate and ate, bread, bacon, anything it could find. Greed turned into hunger without end. But soon, a problem arose. The wolf had eaten too much. Its body grew heavy, swollen. When it tried to leave, it could not pass through the way it came. It pushed, struggled, turned, but it was trapped. And inside, Tom knew the moment had come. From within the wolf, Tom raised his voice. He shouted loudly, then louder still. He stamped and called out, filling the quiet house with noise. In their room, his parents stirred. They woke suddenly, startled by the sound. Grabbing what they could, they hurried toward it. Again, Tom cried out, "Father, strike without fear. I am safe inside." The woodcutter froze for a moment, then tightened his grip. With a single, powerful blow, he struck the wolf down. The beast fell still. Quickly, the man opened it, cutting through with care. And there, from within the darkness, he lifted out his tiny son, alive, unharmed. For a moment, no one spoke. Then relief washed over them all. Tom was home again, and the danger had passed. The parents gathered close, their hearts full at last. Tears came freely now. "We feared we had lost you," they said. "So much sorrow we have carried." Tom smiled gently. "I have seen many places," he replied. "A mouse hole in the earth, a quiet shell beneath the night, the belly of a cow, and even the inside of a wolf." He paused for a moment. "But I have seen enough. I wish to stay here now, at home." His parents held him tightly. "Never again," they said. "We will never let you go, not for all the riches in the world." They cared for him with joy, bringing him food and warm clothes, replacing all that had been lost along the way. And so, Tom remained with them, safe and content. For though he was small in size, his wit had carried him far, through danger, through wonder, and back again to the comfort of home.